Hello and welcome. It's Cometh the Fall, episode 74, Soulbound. Hello, everybody. Hello, Cody, Zebus, Sensei, Prostar, Edtastic, 01, Ruckus, New Chatter, welcome, 018, howdy. Hello, everybody. Hello, Crimson Anubis. Edtastic, thank you very much for the 21 months. My God. Soon you shall get your 2-year badge, and everything will be right with the world. Thanks for sticking around for so goddamn long. Hopefully you all are having a fantastic Friday. I know I am, because it's D&D time. And we haven't gotten to play D&D in a hot minute. So I am very excited. As well, I just recently found out some little map making tricks. Some little doodads. So I'm also very excited about that because my maps going forward are going to be even better. In fact, I think after stream or after the game today, depending on how tired I'm feeling, I might just go back and update a bunch of old maps that I did and use this new tool. If you're wondering what that tool is, don't worry. You can join the Discord and go into DM Showcase and you can see how I make grass. Now, we are currently giving our players a moment to get themselves situated, get drinks, snacks, what have you. Once everything is done, we will hop on over, get introduced to our players. They're going to tell us a little bit about who they are. They're going to recount what happened last time we played, and then go from there. I just have to touch the maps. If only. That's how I know I'll peak. What I need to figure out how to do is how to make bushes not have such a hard line against the grass. Because bushes seem to stick out just a little bit more against that sort of against that grass look. So I need to figure out how to make that work. Otherwise, though, very excited. I'm expecting this to be a very RP heavy session, y'all. So strap on in. We're gonna be doing lots of role play today. It feels like. Owen just rolling on in. Hey, everybody, I'm a unicorn, by the way. Okay. We should be able to just transition on over. Okay, perfect. You will notice behind me the void. As you all chat and talk, your words will be recorded behind me in perpetuity for all future VOD watchers and all future YouTube watchers. If you have anything you would like to say to your future self, now is the time to say it. You will also notice beneath me the cast, our lovely friends and players who you will be experiencing tonight. We're going to go down the line in a moment here, get introduced to all of them, and go from there. Let's go ahead and tell the players we are unmuting. Hope you like sleep deprivation. That's right, baby. Okay, I think everything's in order. Let's go ahead. Let's meet them. Actually, it should be about 6 o'clock. Gamers.
Oh, you.
Where?
Huh?
Fake
Look in the
news.
mirror.
Oh my god.
How
That's a
could
sexy
you?
ass motherfucker.
Whoa.
I start kissing the mirror.
Oh, I mean, you can talk about Tristan like that. That's fine.
Holy shit.
Oh my god.
Hot.
Hello, everybody.
Better
It's
brush your teeth first.
it's episode 74, Soulbound. We're gonna go down the line. You're gonna introduce your character, tell us a little bit about you, who you are, what you're playing. Once we get to the very end, we're gonna figure out who recounted last time we played and who's gonna recount this time. We're gonna start with a shield day.
Hello, I'm Sparks, and I play Ashilda Ironhands, Thormir Dwarf and Fort Cleric level 7. Born in Tharkin's Deep, I was raised on my family's crafts. Masonry, metallurgy, and jewel crafting. But I needed to find my own path. And even though the choice was mine, the hole left by my choice, that choice still lingers. And seeing my current home in the state that it's in makes that pain linger still. But it is my hope that I can help both my friends and the people here in Elions, because quite frankly, they've grown on me.
Hey everyone, I'm Sirik, and I play Cole. And I am a zealot barbarian, and a half-orc brave of Clan Stormborn, the last of my clan. The heroes and I just recently made it back into Alien's Tier after a long trek on back through the woods. I thought we were lost at first, but Orange Boy figured out the path and we made it far sooner than how long it took me to get lost having left days earlier. We came to find that most everyone and everything is mostly fine, except for the chapel. That, well, it was ruined after the attack. I'm not yet sure what will be the town's answer to this terrible incursion, but I hope to find out soon enough.
Yes, I play Orange Boy. Oh, wait, I play Callan, that's right. Is a variant human ranger, member of the Grey Watch in the party's wilderness guide, more or less, or who they call on to move really quick. Grey Watch being an organization of more or less militant wilderness fighters and monster hunters and things like that. Mostly doing his best to keep the party alive in the wilderness as they travel and provide that much needed fire support, danger close style, if you know what I mean. So, yeah.
Hey, I'm Kieran, and I play Morana Lemoria, a level 7 Dhampir rogue with strange abilities in connection to the dead. Abilities which I have now been informed belong to beings known as spirit callers. Having used these powers before, I've been able to contact aid from beyond this world. However, I find myself coming up short recently with the death of one of our companions. His soul is yet beyond my reach, but perhaps not for long.
Hi, I'm Momo, and I play Cyril von Ashford, daughter of House Ashford, Cis-Sworn Blades. I'm a level 7, a high elf draconic warrior who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for those I care for. I endeavor to seek truth and uphold the ideals of Teros. Alongside my companions, I will stop at nothing. Find out how we can make a change in the eternal. Be that change before it is too late.
And finally, hello, I am Sizzle Bacon, and it's been a little while, so hopefully I don't butcher the voice. I play Yiriazaidi, a level 7 Hexblade Warlock. Though I am human, I originate from the land of elves, the continent of Caresso, the other half of Atis. Having traveled here in search of the lost history of the Shade Morians, my people, for whom I will inherit one day, I have instead found myself deep in Terosian lands, cut off from any supplies or connections that my heritage might have provided. Instead, my life hangs in the hands of those I would now consider my companions, and the people of Elion's tier, whom I have endeavored to help. Hopefully, it is not too late to save them. Hopefully, it is not too late to inflict revenge on the one who forced me here.
Thank you. Do we remember who recounted the last time we played?
That would be me.
Shilda, please pick somebody to recount for this week.
Sizzle.
You're really gonna do this to me?
I gave you warning 3 weeks ago, sir.
You're gonna do this to me? So be it. I will remember this slight.
Bro, I literally told you the day after.
Nothing to do with it. He's just gonna remember the slight. It's all you need to know.
Yeah, let's move on.
Vengeance. Our last session, desperation. Having recently felled the pursuers of Cole and Baron the goat, having felled a massive troll and his mauling comrades, the party deliberates what to do next. I myself, having a fright from Silveril's injuries, find myself perhaps doting on her a little, while the others deliberate whether they wish to pursue the Morlings that fled. It is eventually suggested that we move on, but while Shilde prepares a healing ritual, Carl explains how he got there, our curiosity overcoming our common sense to flee the scene of the excitement. He tells us that he has been running for 2 days, having stolen a box of crystals, the crystals we brought to Elion's tier. He elaborates that they were in turn stolen from Eliond, and that he had fled Eliond during a fight between a mauling band and a darkened stranger, and that he pursued those that besieged the chapel. He doesn't know how the fight went, since he fled during its fiery duration. And so, of course, we are all very concerned at that time. Our dallying is rewarded, sort of, when we hear footfalls. A band of Kingsmen arrive, the Blue Cloaks, you might call them, including a man that Kellen seems to recognize. He explains they were following after a call. He also asks if perhaps one of the crystals, the diamonds, I should say, might disappear. After some explanation, the party declines the idea, though Shilde, feeling generous, offers them a crystal of her own, a storm crystal. This seems to more than satisfy him. I admit I was a little suspicious and asked who was hiring him, and he explains no one, and that the Morlings attacked them as well. Their cleric would be tending to Barasha's wounds, the dragonborn with no tongue for those who remember. With their newfound wealth from Shilde's hands, they leave to track down the stragglers as we loot the corpses. We find some weapons, some coin, and I find a very useful scroll of invisibility, latched to the shaman of their group. And, like before, I find the same tribal mark, the twin axes behind a skull. Call in Ashilde, drench the burning troll with water, and find, or rather pry, his greatsword as well as a strange blue elixir. With all this gathered, we discuss the Morlings. More specifics on the fight, and Call elaborates further the sort of the size of the Morling invasion. How they dotted the tree line, and this is when he mentions the figure clad in black, whom I can only assume to be Ciliana's personal guard, the one we saw in the facility and who has been notably absent until now. With very little more to discuss, however, we set off, continuing our road back to Elion's. As we travel along the river, our due diligence, or lack thereof, is rewarded, proven. Those motes of darkness in the river were foreshadowing of the river in its current state, this brackish, oilish texture that streaks where water should be. Nothing good can come of this. and it seems more than likely that the river has been poisoned as part of this invasion upon Elions. Call quickly determines, of course, that it is contaminated beyond use. We set up camp. After a few hours of walking, Call still tired from his sprint, I imagine, and Ashilde and some of the others also exhausted. With Kellen and Morana taking first watch, I slumber, and when I awake, it is unfortunately not morning. It is Morana and Kellen waking us up. I seem unable to get a good night's sleep, where someone doesn't want to fling something at me, as our tent is drenched in mud. And I dodge several globs of the stuff before it hits me, rather annoyingly, and it's followed by little impish giggling. As I try to find them, they throw more mud. But I eventually manage to intimidate them or convince them to emerge. It is a band of mud mephits, little elemental creatures made of, as you might surmise, mud. There is a sense of hunger emanating from them that I detect. And as I speak with them demanding stone to eat, and I finding myself with a stone that I do not want to part with just yet, Call saves us from the bargaining by barging in, shouting at them to bug off, or they get violent. With Siluril, her sword alight beside him, they are coerced into retreat, though not before one final fling of mud at Cole. We once again return to slumber, and eventually the watch switches to Call and to Shilde, and I go to sleep. And then I'm awakened from my watch. As I take watch, I admit I was doing more than perhaps keeping an eye out. Maybe a little foolish thinking about it, but my curiosity could not be dimmed, and I could not think of a better time to do so. I took the alacrity stone given to me by the Arcanist and focused upon it, calling for him in a sort of sending way. I make communication, and he seems to be resting within a desert of some sort. He's a little annoyed, assuming that I am calling about my brother, as if I shouldn't be concerned. But no, my questions are to the book he read so long ago in Haynes Keep, what he knows about the Sword of Stars, Arcturus, the thing that felled Alaric. I mentioned to him that the mouth is wielding it. Of course, he doesn't know who that is, which means I have to explain it to him. And once he understands, or I think he understands, he explains calmly that what I saw was impossible and couldn't be done, as she is a demon, and therefore couldn't wield a sword made of elven spirit. Once I affirm that my eyes were not tricking me, and this indeed was the truth of it, he is concerned, and explains that the soul that inhabits Arcturus goes by the name of Valindra. He also says the blade wouldn't go with the mouth willingly, but the mouth does seem to have a pattern of corrupting the incorruptible, and so this seems to be in line with Celiana's speciality. I try to relay to him what has happened, but he is scrutinous of it, and I find myself really unable to describe the terror I felt fighting Arcturus, which seemed to be his most pressing question. Eventually, the connection ends, and I am left with Cyril and myself. I speculate about what the mouth might be doing, and Cyril explains that she can only focus on getting to Eliond, which perhaps is for the best. It is, after all we can do, and so perhaps my pondering is not meant for... well, it's useless. I did, perhaps, though if you claim I do, I will deny it, I did embrace her, as she seemed, well, quite saddened by Alec's loss, as we all were. And I don't know, a wave of sympathy came over me, I guess. After the moment shared together, my time at the watch is done, and I go to retreat to my rest. And when we awaken the next day, the 12th of Rain's Wrath, I end up making some very mediocre breakfast in Alric's... in service to Alric's memory, I guess. And we continue along. We do meet some toads along the way. They seem intent on a shield day for some reason, though I'm not sure why. But we don't bother with them. They seem to be the only ones that seem to be enjoying the oiled river. Bastards. When we arrive at Eliond, in the chapel, we find the wreckage. And as we enter, we find Geralt amongst it. He is, of course, heartbroken, as one might imagine, helping along with Duskbrand to clean the disheveled chapel. He directs us to the Singing Tear, saying that Yorin is tending to the injured, that weird Gildan Dragonborn, that I admittedly don't talk too much, including Amira, who is injured. We don't tell him about Alric just yet, but we try to give him some words of comfort and encouragement. He too mentions the Shadowed General weaving through the lines of Elion's defenses, and I can only assume it is that same masked thing. At this point, Shane leaves us to tend to the horses, and we head to the Singing Tear, where we meet three figures: Gwen, the Wisdom, and Yorin with bloodied hands. And that is where we left off.
Thank you. Sitting outside as the evening has begun to claim Eliond, you would find those same three figures. Their hands somewhat stained. They are currently in the process of attempting to clean them off. It's very obvious that these three individuals have been tending to the wounded. Looking up, it would be Guinevere first, who sees you all, and despite the exhaustion that she wears on her features, she does offer you a soft smile, sort of rubbing at her palms with this sort of ruddy brown cloth. What are you all doing?
I think we'd step in, or at least Silra would. She'd go inside and find a place at the bar.
Okay.
Hyoria would approach the three. With the helm on, her voice is controlled. She looks to each, sort of measuring the expressions on their face, how tired they may be. Their spirits. And she would add after a pause, how bad is it in there?
It's the wisdom who looks up for a moment, sort of taking in your appearance, the helmet that you wear. But it'd be Guinevere who speaks. They're all right for now. Thankfully, those that were wounded, we were able to get away from most of the fighting. Reynolds up there, as well as Mr. Bolton, as well as Roy in the mirror, and a fellow who says he knows you, goes by the name of King.
That would be the leader of the Kingsmen. The ones who, she kind of laughs without much enthusiasm. That would be the ones exhorting us that started us on this road so long ago, it seems. How are you? And she kind of adds after sort of like a realization hits, welcome, or hello. We're back.
Hello, dear. I'm tired. I think we all are. And I'm going to get myself cleaned up here shortly and get myself a nice bottle of wine, perhaps, and lay down.
That would be the best idea.
You should. She pauses. You can see that there's a hesitation in her speech. You should make sure Geralt does the same.
The soft smile that she has settles somewhat. She nods. A shield idea. The other bed in the room that you occupied, we did have to use it, I'm afraid. You'll be bunking up with Reynold.
Well, that wouldn't really bother me, especially given this situation. It's fine. She kind of stands there. She's still wringing her hands, looking pretty well completely different than when she left. Her hair's still in that braid, but the braid is down. And just having that new armor on, like the hand axe ever present, she looks more fighter than mage. As she is like, that's fine. I won't bother him, and I won't bother him none anyway. I'll make sure he gets his coffee in the morning. Apparently he likes it. Right, Morana? Coffee, or is it whiskey? I really don't know.
Perhaps both.
There's a somewhat affirmative nod to Kellen's addition there.
Well, Morana, seeing that he's your teacher and all, do you want to switch for the night?
It doesn't matter, Ashilda. whatever you choose.
Can give him my room if you would like.
No,
Need
I
you
was.
it in any way. She's talking to Guinevere, not Ashud.
You're more than welcome to try and convince him to move. I think this is probably one of the few good sleeps that he's had. So,
Well, I wasn't asking for him to move. It's just I know that if Miranda wanted to speak with him, this would give her the ample opportunity for privacy.
We can wait. Cole pipes up, hovering over the group. They're not
Doesn't
going
like
anywhere.
to wait.
well, I'm afraid I'm very tired. So, if you would like anything, you're more than welcome to the kitchen to make it yourself. Sorry that I can't make it for you.
Before you go, Gwyn, how is Mr. Bolton?
He's all right, my dear. Stubborn, as always. It took so much convincing just to get him to stay, but I think with Dominic there, he was a little bit more inclined.
We found the diamonds as well. All of them.
There is visible relief that washes not only over Guinevere, but over Jordan and the wisdom as well.
I found them, but I couldn't have brought them back without their help. They saved me.
Well, thank you all again.
He sort of bobs his head but once, understanding the gravity of it all and her need to decompress, just leaving it at that.
Taking that moment, she'd stand up, and as she does, the other two stand up. Having sort of fully cleaned their hands off now. Walking. Oh,
Sorry, real quick. You're able to glance over to see the sort of what they were using to clean with. Are they using any water?
yeah, they were using water. It's currently that same ruddy sort of brown, not like the darkened sort of oil slick that is the river currently.
But just dirty from the blood.
Yes.
Gotcha.
As Jordan and Guinevere both step away, the wisdom, sort of walking past a majority of you, would, by saying nothing, just very gently place a hand on Marana's shoulder, a small nod, and then make her way away, leaving the singing tier and returning home.
Is there like a bunch of wounded in the singing tier currently? Right, that's the impression I'm getting.
Not in the singing tier.
For some reason, I thought they were using that as an infirmary as well as the church. But
A lot of people who, if they did get injured, basically are at home being taken care of.
I think we talked about this before, but I could be wrong. But morling weapons are kind of icky, right?
Indeed.
And they make icky wounds.
Not all of them, but yes.
But sometimes.
Correct.
And it's like you can get a scratch and it can get real bad, like even if it's just the right kind of weapon that they use that was either cursed or poisoned or something.
Indeed.
we talked about it. There was like some commonly growing herbs that are like weeds essentially, but they're really good for treating that kind of thing. Is that still the case?
Are you going to be? Are you gonna go try and find some?
I mean, if it's needed, basically, like it would be something that would be in his mind. It'd be like if there's sick injuries or like infected injuries from that, then he would make it a point to put that on his list of to do.
Perfect. I would say, sort of poke around, see how some of the folks are doing, and then sort of make that determination when you see them.
You know, probably ask the wisdom then. Should probably know better than most, I would imagine.
You want to go chase after?
Yeah, she's not too far. I mean, he's been kind of hanging back while everyone talked anyway, so if she's heading out the door, he just slip out after her and call for her.
Okay. Uh, she pauses, sort of hearing you call out, and would eventually turn her attention back. You can see that same sort of exhaustion that had been on everybody's face. Uh, it's very obvious that the wisdom, if she possesses any magic at all, is very, very limited. But a lot of her sort of more practical knowledge, her herbalism and apothecary skills are more physically taxing. But Irene would look back at you with a raised brow.
Sorry to keep you from your rest. I was going to ask you, are any of the injuries that are even minor ones seeming to be festering worse than you might expect, or getting infected too easily?
Looking back, she'd sort of bring a hand up, sort of pushing back a few of the unkempt strands of hair that had sort of stuck to her forehead. She'd nod. Mr. Bolton's. It was a particularly nasty wound. Despite some of my more potent tinctures, he's going to need more treatment.
It may not be common knowledge around here, because, well, up until recently, I get the impression that a lot of you probably thought that Maulings were more myth than reality, which
Folklore.
isn't all too uncommon. The further north you get, it's even worse, but the problem is a lot of Mauling weapons are tainted in some form or another. Not all the time, but often enough that even a small scratch that you think would just be a simple bandage and a week's worth of mending and it will be fine can turn sick and sour within a matter of hours. Black veins or oozing, swelling, things like that. A really bad smell, usually, from the wound. There are herbs that were specifically good for countering this kind of infection, though. Most people think that they're just weeds.
She sort of pauses for a moment. Listening to your description of the wound, it's very obvious there's recognition on her face. Go ahead and roll me a nature check at advantage.
What advantage? Where's my nature roll? It's in here somewhere. There it is. Nature advantage. Oh, hell yeah, buddy. A 21.
You would know it to be Kingsleaf. It is,
Kingsleaf.
in fact, a weed. Or at least more commonly known as a weed. It is often grown around fresh water sources.
Oh, great. River might be a bit. Well, if it's soon enough, we'll see. Yeah, he'll describe Kingsleaf to her, and like that, making a poultice out of it is a very good way to draw out the infection from Morling weapons.
She sort of grimaces for a moment at the prospect of you saying it's near fresh water, and she sort of looks past you for a moment to that sort of very sediment heavy river now currently flowing through town. Um, but she would bring a hand up, sort of tapping at her chin. There are a number of small creeks just further up north near the smaller mountain ranges. I don't personally collect Kingsleaf, uh, mostly because, well, the other wisdom used to use it for hail draughts, and it always gave it a rather sour taste. I've moved on to different herbs, but if you can gather me some, perhaps we can help Mr. Bolton.
Of course, and I suspect after today it might become more of a staple in your garden yet again.
She'll be laughing in her grave.
I doubt laughing was on her mind, but different times, right?
Indeed.
I'll see what I can do for you, and I'll see about bringing back some with intact roots as well.
Thank you.
Is there anything else that we can do? We're fresh in town, but everyone here is exhausted, and we have energy to spare, I'm sure.
I saw the look of some of your companions. They look like they could rest as well. So,
Perhaps some of them.
how about when you're all fully fresh up? Maybe then I'll have something. But until then, perhaps it's best that you rest. With some of our other warriors wounded, we're going to need you should we be attacked again.
Very well. I will see about scouting around town the rest of the day. See about if there's any Kingsleaf that hasn't been tainted by the river, which I'm assuming is recent here.
Very. It well, started maybe no more than a day ago.
Any notions from your knowledge that might be causing it?
I've never seen anything like it, but apparently Mr. Duskbrand spoke of some other time it occurred. I wasn't really paying attention, though. A lot of my focus was on the wounded, so...
Fair enough. Maybe there's some way we can help with that if there's a solution to it. For a while I thought we would only be able to get by with an alchemist.
She... she sort of purses her lips together for a moment. Glancing at you, taking your features in. But it's so easy. Well, don't let me keep you, Ranger. Be about your business. And though I will go sleep for a short while, I imagine I will be up. Should you find any Kingsleaf. And if
I'll
nothing
make
else,
a point of it.
you seem competent in the way of herbs and how they work. So, if nothing else, if I don't wake, feel free to just plant it in my garden.
I'll see what I can do. And most things that are problems in life usually have solutions that are found in nature anyway.
Spoken like a wisdom. Better be careful, Ranger.
I might be a bit too young to grow my hair long and braid it. Who would? Then I would have to find. Oh wait, the wisdom's not Mary in this village. I forget.
Correct. She'd give you a very playful but subtle scowl as she
Just
would give you a nod and then begin to turn.
good enough. Time to return. We'll see what everyone else is up to.
Fantastic. As you return, what is everybody else doing?
I think Cole would have gone to Victor's bed. Wherever he is.
Voila.
Okay. Just going to see Mr. Bolton?
Yes.
Perfect. A knock on the door and a grunt as your response. You would find Mr. Bolton laid out, sort of the covers half on him. You can see that his torso, along his abdomen and up over his left shoulder, is a set of bandages. A sort of deeper wound that, despite his sort of bravado, his way of attempting to hold himself, does in fact look infected.
And I imagine the smell of it is in the room and thick. Smells bad, I imagine.
Indeed. We also got, let me show this off for the party, Victor Bolton.
Oh my god.
Oh no,
After
he's
so
hot.
long, we finally see the face.
Yeah, anybody else present?
Ah,
No, I meant in the room, but if anybody wants to come along, that's fine.
I think Yuri would have gone to the kitchen to scrounge up something.
Okay. No, it is just Mr. Bolton in the room. And as he sees you, that grimace that he had been wearing sort of relaxes. His white knuckle grip of sort of having been holding in the pain finally subsides. And he'd lay back fully into the bed.
He would have seen Cole's mop of hair sort of sticking out the opening of the door, but he didn't actually step inside entirely. He hovered there, listening. And then, Chief, can I come in?
Go in.
It's very slow how he opens the door. He's afraid of what he'd see, right?
He'd bring a hand up to sort of wait. Is the boy with you?
Dumb?
Hmm.
No.
Good. Go in.
He pushes the door open and, spying one parting glance of the hallway he'd come in from, closes it. I was going to ask you, where is he?
He should be at home.
You send him away?
I did.
At that, Cole sort of grimaces, taking stock of his injuries and approaching very slow, like hesitant. Didn't want him to see you like this.
He'd nod.
Cole also nods. And he'll grab any available chair and sort of drag it over to the edge of the bed. Not drag it, lift it, and then turn it, sitting on it with the backing at his chest, looking him over. I never thought I'd see you on your back, Chief.
I'm getting slow.
I'm sure you gave a great accounting.
My job isn't done.
He
You'd see him sort of sit up, or try to, sort of
Oh,
pressing on his elbows to try and push himself up fully, a hand, that wide hand of his coming to sort of slap at the wall that's beside him. Any sort of friction or leverage that he can give himself to try and pull himself up.
Cole holds out like a cautioning palm, face down, and he furrows his brows. You could tell that he has this intent to tell him to slow down, but he doesn't actually say it, respecting the man too much. The Morlings are gone. You don't have to stand up.
They're not gone. Not yet. I didn't see him.
Him?
He'd nod. They said his name. Doggerok.
He winces, holding onto a sneer as he pictures the face behind the name.
They're gonna keep coming back. Until he's gone.
Gone?
Dead.
Chief, we don't even know where they are.
Doesn't matter. I had Dominic take one of their banners. In the morning, I'm gonna get my blade. And I'm gonna put that banner on a hill.
A very stark sort of apprehension seizes Cole, watching him over, seeing his state. No. Look at you, you can barely stand.
Sort of hearing that, you can see his features tighten, his brows push together. This scowl that takes his features. And that fire of pride that begins to burn in his eyes. He'd begin to sort of reaching down, grab a leg, sort of hooking under its knee, and trying to sweep it out to the side.
As he rises, as he goes through the motions to get himself up, Cole very readily also stands, just staying within distance to catch him if need be. Oh. No, 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 no. They're gone, Chief. You don't have to push yourself like this.
You can sort of feel that heat coming from his body. That small spike of adrenaline that had surged through him. And as he's sitting up, he is not even aware, sort of that deep cut along his abdomen that's there. He had broken several of the stitches and is beginning to bleed.
Call, is there any napkin or any towel or something like that available readily?
Absolutely. There's a small pile of these like white linens that are there beside the bed.
If your wife finds out that I made you stand up, she'll kill me. Look at you, you're bleeding again. Cole will try to grab one of the rags and sort of help stem the flow of blood by pressing against it.
There's that very sharp sound that comes from him, but is immediately stifled. And as he brings his hand down to try and push yours away, The sort of sweat that had covered his body causes the hand to just slip, and he is unable to fend off the motion as you press and sort of stymie that blood flow.
As that hand slips off, Call's other catches it by the wrist. And he'll use it to try and help him, or say guide him, back onto the bed.
I can stand.
You can, but you don't have to.
He'd slowly, sort of as this final act of strength to try and pry his wrist from your hand, eventually lay fully back into the bed.
Oh yeah, as soon as the motion's there and the intent, Call let go. Let him find his own way across the bedding, and he'll not sit again, rather just remain standing there beside him, just watching this elderly man going through his stubbornness and his bitterness, certainly troubled by what he sees. What do you mean by this? A banner on a hill? What does that even mean?
A challenge. A declaration. A duel. To the death.
For whom? This Dark Rock?
Their leader. Their chieftain.
Call, his attention veers to the side, and he reaches up, sort of pressing a palm to his face, rubbing at his nose, his lips, thinking on it, taking his time. You think they'll scatter? If he comes and you beat him, you think they'll leave?
Yes. I'll drive them back into the mountains.
Call pauses for a moment, and he'll look for the most adjacent window. Spare a glance to the outside, the town or the forest line, whichever's there to see. Holding onto this very pensive look. So it has to be done.
They'll keep coming back.
The chapel today, tomorrow the farms. And if they hit enough farms, the last winter.
Our people will die.
You said Dominic was getting the banner.
He has it. I had him take it home. He will bring it for me tomorrow.
That must have been quite the conversation.
He doesn't know. He thinks it's a keepsake. A trophy.
What do you think he'd say, Chief, when you asked him to come with you, to hold it on your behalf? When Call asks this, he holds the man's gaze, unlike he's ever done before.
You can see that, again, that stubbornness, that defiance ever present in this true orc. And as he looks at you, as you hold that look, you can see for the briefest of moments that sort of clairvoyance. He blinks, and that sort of realization hits him. He eventually looks away.
Call let a withering few seconds gone by, saying nothing. Until eventually, you're right. They'll keep coming. But I overheard the orange kid, and he spoke to the wisdom. Said your injury was in a bad way. You may be on your back a while, Chief.
There's a sneer that crosses his features.
But your banner doesn't have to be. Let me take it for you.
It's now that anger that had been so present on Victor's face softens somewhat. He doesn't look at you the same way that he had done. He looks at you like he had looked at you before in the past, like a son.
When I first got here, people weren't so ready to accept me. I had no culture, nothing of me they'd know. But you fought to keep me around in your own way. Let me take this fight for you. Let me hold the banner on your behalf. And I'll take Dom with me. He'll be my second.
I
Cole, who wasn't prepared for his admission, who had expected to be shut down or dismissed in some way, is slightly taken aback. He swallows rather thickly and looks away from the man, feeling this surge of adrenaline, this sliding heat at the pit of his stomach. I am not sure what my purpose is. But my ancestors, just like yours, Chief, bore me to fight. I will do this on your behalf. And I'll still come short for everything you and your family have done for me here.
You can see him sort of staring up at the ceiling for a moment. This almost look of contemplation, his eyes darting and moving. He'd eventually swallow hard. He's brave, but I fear how he will hold himself against their chieftain. I do not think he is ready. He's not tested.
I understand. He's never taken a life before.
He'd shake his head. And if I can, I will keep it that way.
Very well. Once he retrieves that banner, I hope he takes no slight. But I'll ask for Shane instead.
There's this almost surprised look. This blink of recognition to the name.
I know what you're thinking. The stable boy? May as well pick one of the boys from the militia, but no, Chief. Shane is changed. You'll be shocked to see him. He's truly grown into himself.
There's this very slow nod. All right. But you won't be able to do it as you are.
At this, Cole seems momentarily amiss. The smile he'd held onto, thinking of Shane and who he'd been and who he was now, sort of fading as he turns back to Victor. As I am now.
If you would. If you wished to, I will give you my Sashamono. You will not fight as clanless. You will fight. He pauses, sort of turning, hacking up this sort of thick globule of blood and ichor. You will fight as one of ours.
For the average man, maybe they'd be flooded with a feeling of companionship and belonging, but to Call, it's a feeling of pride and fellowship. To hear it. And he leaves them a while longer in this state of stunned silence. That drab smile he'd had, entirely gone. And taken aback as he is, he just maintains this shocked expression. You lend me your colors.
I'd give them to you.
Standing as he'd been, looming as he was. Cole very gently sort of humbles himself at the edge of the bed, kneeling there. And he bows very steeply. And as he goes upright again, he'd say, then I will wear them with pride. And I will try my damnedest so that the last thing they see are the colors of your clan. So that they know what happens when they dare trek the land of Warsong.
There's this sort of pained smile, that attempt at pride, yet his body is sort of failing him. And as he'd go to speak again, he'd hack very loudly, eventually sort of sputtering off.
Cole just remains there, the scarred side of his great orcish face turned towards one side of the firelight, and shadows gather in the hollows of the other. And in his eyes is that usual subtle golden glow, and from it there's these tiny lashes ebbing out from each socket like cigarette smoke, smoldering, sharing that same passion in his speech. But he'd wait. He'd wait for him to speak again, just watching him without pity, but respect.
It's several long moments. You can see he's exerted a lot of that energy just to even sort of speak, having been saved it more than likely to try to stand, but that only resulted in failure. And as he eventually lays there, his sort of breathing becoming more rasping, this almost arrhythmic sort of rise and fall of his chest, he'd eventually bring a hand up and just wave. This sort of dismissive wave of the hand.
Absolutely. The universal, all right, I'm done. Call rather quickly, still slightly, almost childishly, taken aback by everything still, stands up, snapping spontaneously back into character. Um, can I get you anything? Water?
The water.
What did he say, DM?
In a very raspy voice, water.
Yeah, he'd very quickly hurry on out and get this man a pitcher full of very cool water.
Returning, he'd sort of gesture with a finger to the nightstand beside him. And as you place it there, he'd sort of once again, that dismissive hand wave.
Understood. Before he leaves, Cole will take a general look of the state of his bed or if he's missing anything in particular. How cold is the room? Is he lacking in blankets? Does he have enough pillows?
You can see that he's sort of kicked off at sort of balled up at his feet are a number of blankets that he's sort of kicked off. And that was because the infection had sort of caused him to sweat and his body to heat up. But he has plenty if he needs it.
Okay. Well, whichever blankets he may have managed to kick off the bed or put them from his reach, Cole will sort of spool up from the side of the bed and put them back on the mattress and pat them out, and then he'll step out.
You would realize in the time that you've gathered up one of the blankets that had sort of fallen, like precariously hanging along the edge of the bed there, and sort of pulled it and brought it back to his side. Mr. Bolton is already unconscious.
Yeah, seeing him gone again, eyes closed, the rise and fall heave of his chest, his timid breathing, the great bore diminished to a bed. Cole would linger on a few more moments, just watching him. Sadly so. And then he'd leave. I think he'd go then to the porch and wait for Dominic.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead and take a 15-minute break?
Okay. Yes, sir.
All
what?
right.
Hmm, 45 minutes.
Yeah,
break.
you said 30 minutes, right?
He said 15, everybody.
Guys, you said 30 minutes, right? Yeah. 35 minutes? Gotcha.
Hey, Aussie, thank you for the raid. We are currently on break. The others should be back sometime. We were on a quick 15-minute break, but we do appreciate the support and thank you for trusting Ground and us with your community. It's going to be a 15-minute break, okay?
We swear.
We promise. I am going to take one quick minute and I'm going to get myself a bowl of ice cream because I deserve it.
Anyone still around?
I'm here.
I'm here getting ready to go get a bowl of caramel craze ice cream.
Oh, fuck you.
We
I
should get
mean,
on
I'm
that.
so happy for you.
Listen,
But also fuck you.
I need it.
That's fair.
You said caramel, so I mean, yeah, obviously.
It's really good. It's Blue Bunny.
Blue bunny.
Now the question is, do I get a monster to go along with it?
Jesus. Time is it?
10? I'll still be able to go to sleep at like 2 or 3, dude.
Insanity.
No, high caffeine tolerance. The ADHD just has me deal with it a little bit differently.
Oh,
I'm back.
No.
Whatever. Oh, Raiders. Dead Aussie Gamer, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your community. You have joined us in the middle of episode 74, Soulbound. Likewise, brother. Just want to say, love the RP. I can feel that orcish honor and pride. Not to mention, hopefully, we get to see a good old Makura.
Hey, Skulltron. So you figure it out real quick.
The clan's name is fucking Warsong.
Smile.
I mean, it's nostalgia, right? Because the clan name right now is Bolton. But yeah.
Nice. This is where we find out Bolt's actually like a bard of swords, and he has a great voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see him on that hill, and he just starts belting it, and we're like, oh my god.
He starts yodeling.
That's right. He starts doing like he starts doing like Mongolian throat singing across the plains.
The fucking trees start parting to his voice.
I mean, that'd be badass, honestly.
I have acquired ice cream
Good.
Understood. Anyway,
and Monster.
You should share some.
If I could, I would, but you guys are far away.
Bolton, more like Belton.
It's actually really good. It's got little chalky pieces in it with caramel filling, as well as caramel.
Get it, you have ice cream. Don't rub it in my face.
Kill that one. You know what? A shield day, I stab.
Violence, 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 violence.
Immediately.
You think you're better than me? Stab, stab, stab.
You're like, hey guys, I have ice cream, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
thrust dramatically into your spleen.
I'll see you dead.
Listen. I earned
I'm
this.
gonna take the ice cream out.
Can you stop talking about the ice cream, Jesus Christ?
No.
I need it.
So Call's gonna 1v1 a chieftain, huh? That's gonna be epic.
Oh man, this is like a gang. 1-on-1, we don't do that. 6-on-1.
No. You guys remember SOE with Talanos?
It'll probably be
Definitely a 6-on-1.
It'll probably be 1-on-1, and then it's gonna be 5-on-1.
What happened to the 6th person? What the fuck? Oh yeah, because one gets dropped. Yeah.
There
Hold
you
on, I had to
go.
think about that for a second. I'm like, wait,
Figure
it's
it
gonna.
out,
Oh,
Ooh, guys, he's fucking losing. He's losing hard. What do we do? That boss was built for 6 players. We just sent him on there alone. Oh boy. Ah, fuck.
And
so
that's
CR
how we,
again?
We thought it
17.
would be epic.
and that's how we make Siric's third character, Choleric.
Hey, everybody. I am Falaric.
I'm Paul.
But you can call me Fall. I rolled up from the east. From the east.
Nice.
I'm an Easterner.
Nice.
But
He's like, I come from the hood.
Anyway, I like apples.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm
Wrong
deft
game.
with a knife.
Wrong game.
What?
Wrong game.
What do you,
Is it
What do you mean?
though?
what do you mean?
I mean, I also am a fan of apples, so I feel like we have a lot in common. I already love this character. He's so relatable.
He's so
Yeah.
relatable.
He likes apples. I also am somewhat partial to apples.
And I like counting numbers, so I always have a
I hate
pair
this
of
guy.
dice, and I roll them, and I read the numbers, and I think that they mean something.
Oh, he's a
He's a psycho.
divination wizard.
I'm a
Except
phaleric. Who?
what? I don't know if you
I'm
want that name.
phaleric.
I don't know if you want. That's a very unfortunate name.
That's the reason why I went all.
Your
You-
parents hated you.
You can call me foul,
No, I'll stick to foul. Thanks.
please.
No foul. No ick at
Very-
the end.
Very good. Phaleric, but you know it's fall now.
I hate it here.
My next character will be somebody who's not a divination wizard, but he thinks he's a divination wizard.
Yeah, you can call me friendly too.
Very good.
Okay, is everybody back?
Yes.
Ooh, I got a thing. I gotta go. I'll be back in 20 minutes.
Do 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 do.
I'm big.
Awfully quiet.
Uh,
Yeah. Oh dear. That sounds ominous.
Momo? Righty.
she will be missed.
Rest in peace.
Rest in piss.
I'm here.
Yay.
I was doing something. So sorry.
So good. So, what are the rest of you doing?
Well, Mr. TM, I think Yuria would be taking. Since she seems to be on a roll with cooking, I think she's going to take Gwen's offer and go to the kitchen and make something for the party.
Oh,
She's gonna go cooking.
A mushroom cloud
Also-
coming out of the kitchen.
It's gonna let her, be alone with her thoughts. So she's also gonna panic a little bit.
nice. Very good.
Panic
Ac-
cooking, no better kind.
That's right.
Accidentally summons a demon while making a souffle.
You fool.
All right. Go ahead and roll me cook's utensils.
Oh, I'm not using my supplies.
I know.
Okay.
You won't subtract a charge from it.
To be clear, I'm stealing.
Theft.
All right, let's see what happens.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
Oh no. My god, you have a negative to that? Holy shit.
So that's a. What's your wisdom?
My wisdom is plus 3. It's a 5.
I believe this is the moment where we look at Cal and say you just had to say something.
Yeah.
You'd
be the harbinger of doom.
Yeah,
Clearly.
you're panicking.
She's she's kind of having that moment where she's very quiet. She seems very focused, but she can't quite stop. She can't stop having her hand shake. And she's like, at one point she probably cuts her thumb, and then probably has to bandage it, and then burns fucking toast.
Sets the water on fire.
I mean, honestly, I look at the water. That's likelier than you think.
Oh no.
So she ends up with really bad eggs and toast. Because she's
Okay.
like, I know it's easy. Breakfast food. It was not easy.
Little bits of shell in the
Yeah.
egg.
Oh God, you roll a 2.
Yeah, it's a 5.
Very good.
It's technically edible.
Very good.
She's made enough for the whole party, guys. That's right. And
Wasted a lot of
she
food.
All the shit you
she
talked. Look at that.
she made. I mean, we can't all be fucking geniuses every time. Hey, come on. And she also, I was gonna say, she also made some for Guinevere. It's not great. As she
Yeah.
quietly she leaves the kitchen, she has more egg. Thank God she probably used an apron. And she doesn't. You know what? Maybe she does have the helmet. Maybe she forgot to take it off. And that's also why it sucks. So this masked woman in an apron filled with egg and probably butter, because she probably dropped one of the pieces at one point, comes out and quietly hands everyone like eggs that are either too runny or too dry. There might be one piece of toast in there that's decent, but most of it's probably burnt, and there's not enough butter. You're welcome. Actually, there's probably no butter because you couldn't find it. Because it's not her kitchen. And then, what she is.
It is a giant's kitchen. Maybe it was up there on the shelf.
Hey, she's 6 foot, man. What the fuck?
No, but girl is huge.
Yeah, that's true. As she passes a plate to each person, there's a quiet sorry as she hands it over.
Would she bring a plate out, Call, from the
Yeah.
porch?
I think she'd kind of look around, and eventually, yeah, she'd track you down and hand you a plate of egg slop.
Like it's hunting him down, more like.
Dude, that's like a noble feast for him. My boy grew up eating gruel his whole life. Hell yeah.
It tastes
He
like
used to-
home.
Exactly. He gets
You're used to it.
nostalgic with every forkful.
Oh my god, slavery. Oh.
He has that Ratatouille flashback.
Oh.
He's back at the cells. Keeps eating.
And then, once she's made the round, she will head upstairs and go to knock on Guinevere's door with 2 plates, one for herself and one for Guinevere of the thing.
Gwyneth just looks at you and says, "Roll initiative."
As you ascend the steps, sort of make your way, as you make your way to her room, and sort of get closer, you would hear what sounds like very soft crying.
She's ready to sort of knock on the door, and then there's a sort of pause right before the knuckle hits the wood. And she kind of takes a moment to, in that awkward way that you do when you stand outside someone's door like an idiot, with 2 plates of food in her hand, or like one in her hand and then one like balanced on her arm, and eventually she would gently sort of knock, clear her throat. Guinevere, I made. She looks down. Food.
There's a very noticeable sort of silence. It's very obvious that the individual inside is sort of stifling the noises that they're making. You would eventually hear shuffling. Some small sniffling that's going on beyond the door. And after a few moments, the door would open, and you would see that, or rather, to your sort of more more present eye, and something you've seen Sillaril do so much, including yourself, it's very obvious that she's more than likely prestied the tears away and the sort of stains that are there.
She,
Yes, dear.
I figured you might be too tired to make food for yourself. I made an attempt, and she kind of gingerly offers the plate of burnt food.
There's this moment where her brows raise, her eyes sort of settle on the plates, and there's
You even under the mask, she could feel the sort of wince, and there's like a sorry.
It's all right, dear. It's the thought that counts. Come in.
She would sort of hesitate, and then she would step in, setting the plates wherever there was a place to set them.
You would see the sort of table that is close to the to one of the windows. The windows itself is open, and it is this very beautiful view, unobstructed by the rest of the town. That sort of views off towards the mountains, sort of along the river and towards the tree line that's there. And she would sit down, and you would see that there's the bottle of wine, no glass, very strongly suggesting that she was just drinking from the bottle.
Based.
Yeah, Yuria would sort of set the plate down, and it's, it's, it wouldn't be until now she kind of notices that she still has the helm on, and she kind of makes an exasperated, sort of empty breath of laughter. This stupid thing. She would slide it off, revealing a very sort of reserved, uh, sort of distant sort of eyes, a gaze looking at sort of nothing in particular, and this sort of a face that is suppressing very actively any sort of emotion. Am I intruding? She kind of glances to the bottle.
No, no, my dear. Um, this is all very kind of you. Is everything all right?
There's a very long silence to that question. And there's the almost imperceptible quiver of her lips and the almost tensing of her eyes. Just tired, as I imagine you are. She another glance to the bottle. Do you have any spare?
Sort of seeing you in your current state, she would nod, and she would turn, sort of reaching up towards one of the smaller cabinets that are there and procuring two glasses, sort of setting them down. She would, sort of bringing her hand over, very gently cast Presti over the bottle, sort of get rid of any sort of spit that may have been there, or tears, or anything like that. And she would pour both of you a glass.
I think Yuri would kind of hang by the window and then give a quiet thank you if once the glass was given. Another long moment of silence as she looks down into the cup, and then she murmurs, almost imperceptibly, "I'm so fucking scared." Her hand trembles, the glass, you can almost see the wine sort of shake in it. And then she grips the wrist, sort of trying to calm her nerves, regain that very distant composure.
There's a sort of moment of surprise, where she's sort of looking out towards the sort of open window, and hearing you speak, her head very quickly whips towards you, sort of noticing the tremble. And she would, having almost brought the glass up to her lips, would set it down. I'm sorry, dear. We have unfairly put this burden on your shoulders. You and all of your friends. It's not right.
I'm sorry. You're very kind, very caring. And you're probably exhausted yourself. She bites her lip. And as her eyes begin to water, she looks out to the window. I've experienced so much pain since I've arrived at Tyros, Guinevere. I've been stripped bare for strangers' eyes. I've been slashed and beaten and starved and cursed. I've suffered the gaze of basilisks, the piercing cries of harpies since I've been here. So much pain. The one thing that's been keeping me going this far is the fear I will experience so much more if I stop. And the loathing. Her eyes darken. The deep, terrible loathing for the one who brought me here, who put me, who debased me.
Her hands very gently interlaced together. She sets them on the table. You can see she's listening very intently, sort of watching you as you stare out the window.
But your people have given me a kindness that I did not expect. The one haven in this land. This land that despises me. Now I am afraid for you and Geralt. I've never been afraid for someone else before. You, Geralt, and even those I travel with. Something to be said, I suppose, how trauma brings us together.
She'd finally sort of relax. Her hands very gently move to stand from the table that's there, sort of leaving behind the wine glass and the plate. She'd rest her hand on your shoulder. You and your friends have done more than enough for me and mine. You have saved us countless times. From a harrowing winter to things that we thought were myths. I would never be able to repay that debt to you and yours. And you would be well within your right to just rest. To not trek back out into the wilderness. I would hold nothing against you. You don't have to be afraid, my dear.
You shouldn't put such temptation in my mind, Guinevere.
I look at you now, and I see a young girl who's afraid, who's been put in an unfair situation. One that I would never hope for another person to be in. I would never even wish it upon my worst enemies. To go out into a land you don't know, to risk your life every day. I'm sorry, my dear. But know that even if you leave now, I would still owe you my life. And you have done more for me than any of my brothers or sisters ever have.
She opens her mouth to sort of retort, and she kind of catches a sob in her throat. Drowning it with a sip of the wine, she clears it. Yeah. I don't want your apology, Guinevere. I don't want your life. I've put so much in trying to keep this town, this bastion, safe. It's insane to me to think how we started here. But I know that resting on my laurels here, it won't stop the terrors out there. If we don't do something, there's no safety. I'm sorry, that's probably not what you want to hear.
It is the truth, though.
She quietly nods. And like I said, I'm afraid for you. And I don't know how to fight this enemy. Her eyes kind of harden, looking to Guinevere. How do you fight someone that can turn even love against you?
You can
I
see...
never...
Oh, go on.
I never really participated in love. I've never thought about finding love or romance or any of that. But I always assumed, I suppose like anyone does, that it's a pure thing. It's impenetrable. A true kinship. But this creature revels in undoing those things we think are impenetrable. I don't know what to do. And I look at my own loathing, my hatred for this thing, and I can't help but be reminded of Hain, how his anger was turned against him. I cannot help but think I too am as vulnerable as everyone else, even as obsessed as I am with ending her.
Her lips purse together as she glances out. Sort of just surveying the land that's there. She would give a small shake of her head. I've never fought an enemy like that. Somebody who can turn your love against another. Turn your own emotions against you. It's a frightening thought.
Ira kind of quietly nods. I've seen the consequences. Mother against daughter. Husband against wife. Father against son, to some extent. Over and over, she seems to delight this terror, this mouth. And I have no way to stop it. Her hand suddenly reaches out, sort of grasping the hand on that would be on her shoulder as she looks intently into Guinevere's eyes, and there's this almost fervent pleading. Don't let yourself, for the gods' sake, do not let Geralt be the next in her line of tragedies.
Sort of holding your very intense stare for several long moments. You can see how her eyes flick, looking back and forth between your eyes. You would watch as her eyelids tremble momentarily, her bottom lip quivering, and you can see some very subtle tears beginning to form at the corner of her eyes. And whether you willed it or no, she would sort of turn you and pull you into an embrace.
Yeah, she would. You would be sort of a moment of non-movement, of inaction as she's pulled suddenly into this embrace, and then her hands would slowly entwine around Guinevere.
I will do everything in my power. I promise. As long as you don't give up hope, I won't.
She would. I don't think she'd have a response for that. Only sort of staying in that embrace for a moment. Her fingers sort of curling into Guinevere's shoulders.
It would be a moment, almost as if Guinevere herself got lost in the gesture, before she'd sort of relax her arms, that signifier that the embrace is ending, and sort of pull and create that space between you. And despite her best efforts, you would see the small sort of rivulets, the tears that had run down her cheeks. But she has a very soft smile. You can see, just by looking at her, that she meant her words. That as long as you and your companions don't give up hope, that even if the world falls apart, she'll still hold on.
There's yeah, Iria, for her part, does not seem to be. She seems. There's a sudden, almost resolution in her gaze. This steel-eyed glint, tightening of the jaw, uh, underneath the sort of trail of tears. I don't know what we're going to do, but I won't stop. I will not curl up and die. I won't allow Elion to do the same.
There's that very sort of poignant pause that follows that statement. Her expression unchanging. She still has the soft smile that she wears. But this very firm nod which follows. This nod of agreement, of acceptance and understanding. And you sort of realize now that a lot of the people here within Eliond have sort of built you and your companions up in their mind. And a lot of their own sort of opinions and their own sort of emotions are swayed by the emotions of the party. And when the party comes back and there is that air of hopelessness, it almost sends like a wave through Eliond. And the people reciprocate that. But as you're seeing here, that determination, that hopefulness that's beginning to well up inside of you, it's very easily seen in Guinevere as well.
Yeah, I think there'd be this almost like spark of like a eureka moment in Yuria as she kind of blinks, lost in this train of thought. She almost mutters, "So that's nobility." Having been sort of trained as to be heir to a faraway province, she has a lot of sort of tutelage about it, but she's never experienced like leadership or what it means to be a true sort of like a true noble. And I think she would kind of see this as like the first time, like this is what it means to lead. And then she would sort of snap back to the reality that she's in. Thank you, Guinevere. I never wanted to impose on you. Like, you don't owe it to us to be a mother. But I needed this. Anyway,
Very soft chuckle. I try to restrain myself from doting too much. But you do make it very hard.
I imagine we are very young compared to you.
You are. But I am full glad to see how much you've grown in such a short time.
Thank you. Do eat up. It's getting cold.
Reminder, her realization sets upon Guinevere's features as this very gentle moment now, her attention brought back to burnt food. And she looks back at it for a moment and gives a nod. I will, my dear. Thank you for for coming and seeing me.
The feeling is mutual, Lady Guinevere. She turns and would start to make her way out, and then she kind of paused by the door. And Guinevere, before this is through, I know you said you've been as you are for a long time now, but we may need a dragon sooner than later. She kind of gives a sort of a knowing look, having sort of seen a glimpse, at least, of Guinevere's sort of true size.
The smile doesn't falter completely, but it does waver. And she'd give a very quick nod. Of course. And then she would move to sit back down at the table.
If it proves troublesome, I might have a plan. And she would go to close the door. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Yeah, and with that, she would take a moment to sort of breathe outside of Guinevere's room before heading back downstairs.
Perfect. Marana,
Yeah.
what have you been doing this entire time?
Well, I think Marana rather listlessly ate the meal that was hastily prepared. Not. She objectively realizes it's terrible, but at this point, it's just food. And she's experienced worse. But
Wow.
I've been paying keep. Someone's doing much.
Ooh.
Oh,
That alone.
Even
Dead,
even
you know,
Haynes
he's-
Keep had chefs.
Holy shit.
Jesus. Guys, he's already dead.
He's
Jesus
already
Christ.
in a fucking grave,
What the
everybody.
fuck?
God. But anyway, after seeing kind of Call come back down from upstairs where the rooms are, Ashilda, maybe get yourself a bath or something. I'll be a moment. And she stands up. Doesn't even look at Ashilda while she's saying this, mind you. Just the space where the stairs is as she, pushes out her chair and begins heading back up.
She salutes, kind of getting the gist. I'll stay down here a moment. I won't really do anything until you come back down or go to bed.
There seems to be just the briefest moment of acknowledgement as she kind of half glances over her shoulder. But she continues up. And getting to Ashilda's room, which up until recently had no other occupants, she was going to knock on the door, then realizes what Guinevere said. And instead is going to very quietly try to open the door and peer inside.
okay. Roll me a stealth check. Okay. Yeah, easily. In fact, sort of having been here for so long, you know how the way the doors creak and sort of groan in protest to movement from time to time. So very gently turning the handle and pushing it open just enough to be able to peek inside. You would see that familiar sort of teal glow. Back to you currently, you would see where the sort of limb ends and the ethereal begins, you would see standing upright, bandages wrapped fully around his back, his abdomen, and up over his shoulder. You would see him trying to sort of get into his shirt, sort of pulling it down over the bandages with this sort of muffled groan. Actually, hold on. What is your passive perception, Mr. Alvier? Okay. Yeah, you would watch as he'd slowly pull the shirt fully down, and then as he does, there's that labored breathing from somebody who's sort of been stifling the pain, been holding their breath, and you would see the ethereal arm sort of flicker momentarily.
Allow me.
As
And
you
he's just
as you speak, you would watch sat at the nightstand is a sort of scabbard blade, and you would watch as the blade itself lifts out of the scabbard up as he turns. The whatever connection that he had, almost fading as he's interrupted. Whatever concentration that he had immediately slipping away. The arm fading, and as he looks at you, the third eye that's present on his forehead fading. Sort of standing there for a moment, now facing you. I heard you come back.
We have.
Did he get them?
She closes the door behind her. And you said did the sword like clamber to the floor or something like that?
The sword is still up. It's floating out of its scabbard.
And could you repeat the question? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Did he get them?
The diamonds.
There's a very firm nod.
She shakes her head. By whatever gods are watching, they ran into Cole. We were able to deter his mauling pursuers.
And there's a very pointed look at that. He knows what deter means.
There's this visible relaxation that falls over his entire body. His hand now coming up to rest over his abdomen as he'd sort of shuffle to the side and then move to sit down. This grunt as the bed sort of shakes and rattles in his movement. He'd give a nod. All right. That's good at least. Oh.
And as he sort of relaxes, Morana would kind of move over and more so begin to assist him with the remainder of the shirt that he was struggling with, because he's too stubborn to stop.
Yeah.
So she's not going to try and talk him out of it otherwise, but she's not approaching him as like a nursemaid or anything. More like the squire helping arm their knight. Like, very matter-of-factly.
Easily done. As you approach and sort of begin helping him tie up the sleeve of his right arm, and sort of allowing him to, at least, despite wearing the bandages, feel some level of comfort. He'd he wouldn't look at you for the first couple moments, sort of glancing off to the side until you eventually sort of tie off the sleeve, and he'd give a nod of approval. How are you doing?
She takes a seat herself. Her hands just kind of fold together in her lap, fidgeting restlessly. I don't know what to feel.
It's now that his attention almost fully shifts to you. You can see him turn somewhat on the bed, his brows knitting together. You can see how the scars along the top of his head sort of contort with the movement. What's the matter? What happened?
Marna tries over and over to compose herself. Her hands ringing again and again in her lap, till finally it looks like her fingers might snap amongst themselves. We lost someone.
You can see realization that dawns on Reynolds' face. His brows relax fully.
We couldn't do it. We failed. We failed. And there was nothing I could do.
He'd watch you. Taking that moment. You can see him, his eyes sort of shift and move. This level of emotion's not something he's been exposed to in perhaps a very long time. The idea of loss or losing a loved one. You can eventually see his jaw work as he finally musters up the courage. Who fell?
Alaric.
His shoulders tighten momentarily. He brings his left hand up, sort of touching along his forehead, rubbing between his brows. I'm sorry for your loss.
And she just, more or less, just sort of goes from sitting tall to just crumbles against his shoulder. Her hand just, for a moment, absolutely heedless of his injuries, unfortunately, and just reaches across his chest and just grabs at the fabric of Reynold's shirt as she just begins sobbing.
He'd turn this almost instinctual gesture as you grab onto him. You would feel his whole body tense as you grab where the bandages are. Yet, despite it, perhaps unseen, him gritting his teeth through that immediate spike of pain. But he would turn and sort of, with his only arm, turn and embrace you, sort of holding you close to his chest and just letting you cry.
What good is the power to see the other side? I can't help anyone on this. I can't help anyone who's alive. What am I supposed to do then? Wait until everyone is dead?
You would hear that very quiet, sort of calming sound that comes from him. The hand very gently patting at your back as he sort of doesn't make any motions to pull you away or just holding you for however long you wish, and he'd speak. There are some things in this world that we can't control. And sometimes, even all the power in the world can't stop it from losing folk. But you have done good. You've done good by many living, and by those that are gone.
Rana just sort of curls up a little bit, kind of her knees pulling up under her. And she still kind of intermittently sobs, kind of buries her head into Reynolds' shoulder. Her grasp does lighten.
You would you would feel his that sort of tight like a spring, as if just waiting for the pain to subside, and it doesn't. Eventually, as you relax, his whole body relaxes. And there's that sort of muffled hiss of pain that he tries to keep to himself. He was a good lad. Far more noble than he gave himself credit for. I'm sorry that it came to this. I didn't realize. Had I known, I'd have never sent you for the anchor.
She just shakes her head. Like,
make things right. One way or another. Either for him or her in that moment, just the thinking about retribution steals her for a moment. Again, unthinking, she grasped at the fabric of his shirt again, unfortunately, for this poor man. And more out of just more so what she's seen people do other than necessity. She kind of slowly takes a deep breath and lets it go, little at a time. We're going to make it right.
He, sort of having brought his chin up, sort of gritting his teeth again, he'd eventually sort of draw his attention back down. What's your plan?
The Dryads. We need to speak to the Dryads first. They hold his soul.
All right. Speaking to the Dryads. You know what I'm going to ask?
She waits expectantly.
What happens if they don't have it?
Then I'll find it. I'll find a way. I'll find a way. Back to that place. The Grey. I'll track it through there if I have to.
There's a very, very sort of precise nod that he gives, as if that was the answer he was waiting for. All right. And I'll help you. If I can.
She nods appreciatively. And kind of again puts her head into his shoulder a little bit. Less of burying, more just kind of a restful sort of repose for a moment.
He still, having not pulled his arm away, just remains there. This sort of pillar for you to lean against, despite the pain he may feel from his wounds being pushed against. He doesn't show any attempts to sort of pull away or sort of stop the motion. And sort of holding you, looking past, he'd very softly sigh.
Are you going to leave?
No. No, I just wanted to sleep on my couch. That was a very weak chuckle.
Yeah, Marana kind of. After just kind of processing that, Marana, a tired, weak chuckle escapes her as well.
You'd have to fight Shane for it at this point.
I gave him the bed. I don't know why he's so keen on sleeping on my couch.
I don't think you'll have made it that far. I just don't want anyone else to go far from me. Not now, at least.
He'd pause. His features relax. Sort of looking down at you for a moment. He'd give a small nod. All right. I'll stay then. Make Guinevere happy too, I guess.
There's a sigh. She kind of slowly pushes herself up.
I should get something then, shouldn't I?
She pauses for a moment as she stands and kind of slings her bag off the side of her shoulder.
He sort of raises a brow.
Terrible irony that I was going to bring this back for you.
And she'll produce
One of the Fury Horns. I'd hope to fashion it into something more worthy.
There's a very, very sudden, amused expression. Ah, oh, just my luck. They seem to follow me wherever I go.
If that's not to your liking, I have something else.
You got me more than one gift.
There's a reaver horn that slowly follows it. She just kind of like teases it out of his bag, out of her bag.
Oh, I see. Yeah, all right. I appreciate it, Marana.
I'll see if I can find something, well, maybe it's not coffee, but I think it'll do.
If you'd like. I don't know how late you plan on staying up. But, if you go back to my workshop, you can grab some of the tools. Maybe we can fashion something together.
She smiles at that, gives a nod, and very slowly, conscientiously to the other patients, will open the door and slowly leave.
Okay. I assume you're running off.
She'll let the others downstairs know that she's running off just to Reynolds for a moment. And if there's anything that they want her to bring to Shane while he's there, she'll run that over.
Ooh. So she'd get caught at the porch by Cole if nobody talks to her first inside.
Okay, but real
Silro
question.
would make no steps to her.
Fair enough. What was that, Yuria?
Real question though. Did she eat the eggs and toast?
Yes, they were consumed rather listlessly.
Good. Enjoy your cathartic eggs.
I thought it sounded more like the final step into giving up on everything.
Your indigestion in 2 hours.
I hope you like the runs.
I just imagine hers was burnt. Like it's just like crispiness on crispiness. You can't tell what's egg, what's toast.
That's right.
A dark, undiscernible schlop.
I don't think it's even slop at that point. It's just like crackers.
Blech.
Nice.
Like eating charcoal.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Nice. Right. Well,
This is what I dealt with for years, by the way.
But yeah, other than that, she'll make her way outside and 45 feet of movement speed. Actually, no, we're not running. Fuck that.
she's just gonna sprint there.
No, we're not sprinting. It's a walk.
I do believe Call had something.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'll be back role-play amongst yourselves.
As she steps out, lounging on one of the chairs out at the porch, is Cole. He's sort of poured over the chair itself, arms hanging at the sides, thick hands dangling, and he's staring off towards the Bolton farm, very expectant. I don't imagine that Morana sort of is the kind of person to announce herself when she moves on by.
No.
And if she didn't bother to look, he'd only spot her after she's like past the porch.
Mm-hmm.
And when he does, he sort of snaps out of it. Hey,
Huh?
where are you going?
I'm just running over to my notes to collect some things.
His armor, his weapons?
He asked for some tools. That's all.
Isn't he injured?
Yes. But he won't be going anywhere for the time being. And that's about as best as we can hope for.
And you're going to put him to work. That's rich. Seems like being a stubborn old goat runs in this town.
She kind of just more of smiles in agreement.
Well, while you're there, can you get me Shane?
Bring him over?
I have something to ask of him.
Oh. If he's awake, certainly, or is this worth waking him?
No, it's not.
Insight check.
Let
Yeah,
the
as
PvP
she-
begin.
As she gets a read on what's going through Cole's mind. When he says no, it's not, his attention sort of veers off towards Renault's home, and he gets this strange, smoldering kind of intensity as he stares off into the far-flung distance. If it's not serious, it feels very serious.
It at least feels serious to him.
Yeah,
Got it.
that's right.
Got it.
She kind of nods. Well, if he's awake, I'll let him know.
Thank you.
I'm back.
She kind of nods and does like her half curtsy and, makes her way over. And regardless of whether Shane is awake or not, he will be awoken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Why does that sound like a threat?
I mean, I could turn
to-
it into it. This isn't a Waffle House, but it could be, you know?
Care to elaborate?
No, if he's sleeping, she'll just, like, wake him up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not, like,
I'd slam open the
creepily
door.
staring.
Shade, it's adventure time.
No.
Cole asked Morana if she could get him Shane.
Okay.
And she got the feeling that it was important at least to call.
Okay. Making your way through the evening back to the Slayer's home, you would find that already the lights are off.
Of course.
And as you let yourself in, much to your surprise, the things that you would find occupying the couch are like Shane's backpack, his breastplate, his shield, and the sort of javelin that's strapped to the front of it.
I thought you were going to say Baron.
Yeah, I also thought you were going to say Baron.
Same.
I didn't think you were gonna say her.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know who that is.
The goat.
Uh-huh.
First order of business is turn on a light because Shane can't see in the dark. And you know what? I'll actually, instead of waking him up first, actually, no, I probably should. It would be more suspicious the other way. Yeah, kind of knock on his door.
Making your way upstairs, knocking on the door. He's very much asleep, with sleeping off his remaining points of exhaustion.
Mm.
So a knock on the door does not wake him up, I'm afraid.
Mm. Is the door opened or closed? Or locked, rather?
Not locked.
Okay. Well, then probably the opening of a door and the peek inside of light might wake him up a little bit.
I'll roll. I'll see. Hold on.
And failing that, I'll just stand upside down on his ceiling and then just wait. No.
Arms crossed,
Oh, I
staring
see.
expectantly.
Sleep paralysis demon style.
And that
Yeah,
is how
do the
Shane
dance.
goes into cardiac arrest.
Dance the gritty on the ceiling.
He'd sort of the light being sort of flooding into the room. He'd eventually stir, sort of bringing a hand up to sort of obscure the light. What's going on? What's the matter?
I'm so sorry. I was just picking up something on Reynolds' behalf. But since you're awake,
That's how there's a assuaging like guilt.
There's the hand that falls down to his lap. Yeah, all right.
Cole said he had a matter to discuss with you. You seemed
He needs me right now.
It seemed rather important. He seemed intent. As soon as you're able to, whether that's later this evening or first light.
Oh, I'm gonna roll again. He'd pause for a moment, sort of bring his hand up to rub at his eyes, sort of blinking against the harsh light having been in pitch black. All right. I'll get dressed proper, and I'll go to the tea.
And she nods.
I need to grab a few more things.
All right.
I'll just leave this with you.
And I guess whatever lamp she like turned on, she'll just kind of leave that on the inside there,
Perfect. Yeah, set it on the dresser that's near the door.
not needing it herself. And then we'll just go to the workshop and collect some of the tools that she had worked with previously.
Yeah, easily done. Getting a couple of the sort of more angular tools for carving bone.
And if he's ready by then, I guess we'll walk back together. And yeah, because
Yeah, I'd say so. He's not putting on any of his equipment. He's literally
Oh.
just throwing on
like shirt, pants, boots. There
yeah,
you go.
Exactly. I think like the only piece of equipment that he would have on him is his boots, his magical boots.
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of throwing on his green tunic, sort of darker pants, and his boots. He'd sort of rubbing at his eyes as he'd eventually put out the lantern and then follow you out into the evening.
And yeah, Ron will get back and more or less deposit Shane with Call and head up with the tools.
Before Marana gets back, Ashilda's gonna creep up to her room and take her armor off and get her clothes to take a bath.
Okay. Easily done. You would see Reynold sort of laid out on the bed, sort of looks over as you enter the room. Your bed unoccupied, but he'd sort of raise a hand up to you. This like very subtle greeting before letting his hand fall back to his chest.
The way she would enter the room, she's unusually quiet and her movements are more subtle when she waves back. There's this kind of, I don't want to say blank, unfaltering look on her face. She's mourning Alaric and the loss of something else, so she's kind of in this weird. She's not showing it right now, there's too much going on, but given the opportunity when she's alone, she's probably going to lose her shit, and that is very apparent on her face. As she's taking the 10 minutes to get her armor.
Okay. Ooh.
And I don't know about how that third eye works, but if I don't know how she would look, I know what Yuria saw every time she looked at her, which was the runes all over her body. I don't know if that would have changed, which he would notice if he had that.
He'd he would sort of for a moment just sort of linger, his attention not fully on you, at least not for the moment, as you are sort of getting out of your armor. And if there's anything of note on your person that changes, he doesn't bring it up. But you would see him sort of eventually bring a hand up, sort of rubbing at his brow, wiping off any of the sweat that had been there. I'm sorry for your loss.
Which one?
Alaric.
hits a little bit harder. But I do not have time to let it get to me right now.
Be careful. You end up cold and alone that way.
I don't think I'd be able to process it right now, even if I wanted to, Reynold. Kind of a half smile.
It might be worth trying. For his sake.
I'm going to try. I wasn't able to do anything. I tried. It didn't work. I don't know what she was doing.
You can see in the ways of at least the arcane or whatever magic the mouth used. It's fairly obvious that if Reynold knows, he's not saying anything. Or if he doesn't, he's not making any assumptions.
But, you know how they say when it rains it pours, Reynold?
I've heard the saying.
After that, I had a choice to make. And so that little hole got a bit wider. I would make another analogy, but I think it would be in poor taste in current company.
Clever.
But I expected it based off the choice. And I know it's only going to take time.
If you're not careful, you might find yourself crushed under all those changes. So you might want to take some time. Grieve. It'll do your soul a lot better than holding in it. It's hard to tell if he's talking about Alaric or what else you had to give up.
I'll take the time. It's just... to be honest, it doesn't feel right. But I didn't lose them both. Not talking about Alaric.
There's a very soft snort that comes from the Slayer as he rests his head back against the pillow.
What? That kind of dwarfish indignation on her face with the snort.
Nothing. Just... good to see that even in trying times, dwarves won't let a tear fall.
Not in front of any of you lot.
I know.
If I were to cry in front of people, the whole fact that my parents might actually not hate me anymore might be wasted. Finding out I cried in public. For fuck's sake.
It's a very subtle look that's given your direction before he
What?
snort again. Nothing.
When she takes the last piece of armor off, and she has it like set on a chair, almost like an armor stand, you'd see her kind of looking it over front and back. Not bad for my first one.
I mean, it's okay. There's a very taunting grin on his face as he slowly looks it over.
The slow blink. I had to go off of what I knew, okay, Reynold? It's not like I've ever worn this before. I'm studying to be a mage.
I don't think I've ever heard a dwarf with more excuses.
Alright, what's wrong with it? How about you tell me and I'll make it better next time, okay? It's not like
Oh, I don't
you
have all
piece
the
of
time, I'm afraid.
you piece of shit.
There's a low chuckle, though a pained one as you bring a hand up, sort of holding at the bandage.
If you aren't already injured, I'd kick you right in your balls and you know it.
He'd be a true dwarf if he did.
Yeah, well, gotta give my parents something to be disappointed about now, right? It's odd. I'm going to say this. Because I don't know how to appropriately say it to the others. I didn't get to meet just one, I got to meet them both. And I thought I was in trouble. But then I had to pick. And I thought it. The thought alone felt like it was going to kill me. I couldn't think. But I realized I had to. And it's like giving up a friend. Somebody who helped you through and fight for something for a long time. But when you had to sit down and think about what you wanted, what you really wanted, between your two friends, you had to do the one right by leaving the other behind.
I mean, no disrespect. I'm no cleric. No man of the cloth. You might be better set speaking to a mirror. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
I can't touch the arcane anymore, Reynold.
He'd he'd sort of pause for a moment, bringing a hand up to rub at his eyebrow. Why'd you go and do that?
Because I had to. I had to make a choice.
Yeah.
And when Moraltir and Athun tell you you have to make a choice, you make the choice.
His brows knit together. They're raised, but they're also pressed together. This somewhat incredulous look. If anybody's making you choose, but it's not your choice, you tell them to shove it.
I didn't feel like I could. But it's okay. I knew what I wanted to do and what I need to do to be able to do it. And I wasn't strong enough the way splitting my attentions, Reynold. And I knew it. And what I want to do is more about the making than the casting. And I don't think they would have made me choose if it wasn't necessary. I am not one to question the wisdom of the Aranar. I may be dwarf, but I'm not that fucking arrogant.
His brows push up again. I mean, uh, you're talking to the wrong person.
I know I'm talking to the wrong person. I'm just kind of venting. You told me to mourn. This is the way we mourn. We complain, we bitch, we moan, but we don't cry, alright?
All right, you sounded like you were putting question marks at the end of things. So I was just,
No. It's more of me kind of talking to somebody who slightly gets it, but not really, and also trying to get her armor and her clothes before her friend gets back and is probably going to steal all your attention and make her sleep down on the carpet by the fire for the evening.
I mean, we're just going to be whittling away at once. So, I mean, you're more than welcome to stay. Unless you're gonna talk about God some more.
No. That is it. That is me getting it all out because I haven't been able to say it out loud.
All right.
And the only person you're probably going to tell is Marana. And she won't give me shit about it like the others.
I wasn't gonna tell her nothing. Unless she asked, then,
Right. But
If you're so set on building, by the way, you might want to speak to Miss Rowe.
I think I could do that. I know that even though there is this hole, it'll fill with something else. Except the one left by Alaric. That I'm going to fill by dragging his sorry ass back from the dead one way or another. Except for necromancy, because I'm not that. Don't want to say desperate, I'm not that corrupt. She grins.
There's a very loud snort that comes from him as he'd lay further back, bring his hand up and sort of cast it over his eyes, using his forearm to obscure his vision. All right.
You are in contact with the other Slayers, right?
I said out word, but it's not like I speak to him day to day.
Well, the mouth, the one who did it, has something that's concerning. An item. A weapon. I don't know if this would be for your people or Duskbrand's people. Formerly my people. But she has one of the teeth of the dragon. Arcturus, based off of what I saw.
I have no idea what that is.
All right, Dusk Brand it is. Have fun with Morana. I'll see you in a bit. And she walks out.
Right. Number of things to resolve. Marana returning with Shane.
Oh, he gets dropped off at the front gate where I assume Call is still waiting, and then arts
No,
and
he's
crafts.
gone.
Oh,
No,
what?
he's there. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Fuck you! I will.
You fucking.
I will wake Call up sleep paralysis demon
Where the
style.
fuck did Call go?
Oh,
Cut
yeah.
to Call standing on a mountain. I'm gonna take him down.
Okay.
That or he wakes up pale, not a drop of blood in him.
I don't know how this happened, guys.
Dropping off Shane, making your way upstairs. You can see Reynolds sort of laid out as you return with all of his equipment. For as long as he's able to stay awake, which can be about another 2 or 3 hours, he'll sort of, with your help, whittle and sort of carve out these horns to make a pair of drinking horns.
Okay, and she would also ask him, after the pair is created, she'll kind of ask, like, well, more or less, not to make, like, a drinking horn, but more of, like, a horn for out of one of them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, he'd sort of realizing your intent, he'd let you take the charge of what you want to make, and then he would assist you.
Yeah, I think the pair would be made out of the, which was the ones that were smaller?
I believe it was the Reaver horns that were the smallest.
Okay, so those would become drinking horns, and one of the Fury horns would be made into a sound horn.
Gotcha.
And she would take that one for herself for the time being.
Perfect. Just because I'm curious. why
Oh,
don't
boy.
you, I'll say because you're being assisted, why don't you roll me a survival check at advantage?
Oh boy. Wow, I'm consistent.
Okay, yes you are. Well, thankfully, with Reynolds' help, the first of the drinking horns comes out a little crude. Some of the edges are a little sharper or a little bit more drawn to a point, which, with enough time and perhaps some sort of gritted paper, you might be able to smooth them out, which gives you the wisdom you need for the second and the third item that you make. I'm going to say, all in all, how dexterous you are. I'd say you'd be able to make all three of those things before Reynold falls asleep.
And even if he does, I'll just finish up the last one.
Perfect.
While he's dead ass asleep.
Fantastic.
About an hour and a half in, a very damp Ashilda would crawl into her bed, pulling the blanket over as not to be disturbed by the light.
You could just take my room.
Alright, time out. Is it rattled in your room?
In the other bed.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
one of
right,
the
there's
2
two beds.
bedrooms. Yeah.
Right.
Despite Reynolds' appearance, he doesn't need light. So they're probably just whittling away in the dark.
Fair enough, then she'd sneak in the dark and still put a pillow over her head so she doesn't hear the tinkering.
Perfect.
But yeah, I'll take the crude one for myself. Leave him with the better one.
Understood.
And then I'll have the third horn in my inventory.
Perfect. I'll let you go ahead and adjust all of that.
Fair enough.
Call will get to you in just a moment.
Take your time.
Silero,
Yes.
having been sat at the bar, what have you been doing during the earlier hour and then leading up to now?
Drinking.
Okay. Are we drinking
Nice.
mead or wine?
Mead.
Mead.
Or ale. Whatever.
Well, give me just a moment.
Did Cyril eat Iria's eggs?
No.
Betrayal at the highest form.
She would have waited for Yuria to go and taken them back behind the
Don't
would have taken them back to the back room from whence they came.
Stop talking.
And would have returned with ale she intended to pay back for in the morning, but wanted it now. And
Okay.
You know
That's
how
where
much I
she would be.
sacrificed.
You do gain a little bit of a bonus for drinking the golden ale, as it is called. It's a small bonus. Your next initiative roll within the next 24 hours has a +1 to it.
nice.
Yo.
How many +1s does she get if she drinks like
Oh,
10?
no. Huh?
10 gets you 2 Constitution saving throws.
Oh.
That's great. Let's do that.
Oh.
Success. Poisoned. Your first round sort of sat here at the bar in the sort of quiet comfort of the singing tier. You can hear the subtle creaks of wood, of those moving around you, moving upstairs. And as the sort of hour or more drags on, and as you continue to refill your flagon, draining it, refilling, draining it, by your sort of 7th drink, that sort of hearty constitution, that fighter's constitution of yours, begins to wane. And suddenly, the sort of edges of your vision have this vignette to them, and things begin to double when your eyes relax, and sometimes even triple before straightening themselves. You are drunk.
Very good.
Objective complete.
Mission accomplished.
Very good.
Do you eat anything, given that you've returned Uria's mush back to
No.
Mordor?
No.
Okay. Just quiet drinking at the bar?
Very much. No endearing conversations. No nothing but a good drink. And quiet. Until she would either sleep there or go up to her room. Probably sleep there.
Ooh. Hold on. I would say it'd be you finishing up your 10th flagon. Probably at the point, sometime after Marana and Shane had returned, though Shane still being outside. You would hear familiar footfalls, the sort of more pronounced footfalls of a heavier set individual. The sort of clap of a hand or what have you, whatever the sound was, the doors would be pushed open, and you would see Gerald, who sort of walks in, a sort of fistful of cloth that he's rubbing against his forehead and face, sort of clearing off the soot and dirt that had been there. And he'd sort of look at you for a moment, sort of rub it between his hands, look down at your flagon, and then look back up at your face. Oh. All right.
Hey,
Hey,
Hey, you.
how you feeling?
great.
I can see that by your ears.
Can't see them. She like reaches back and like touches her ear.
Your ears are sort of burning with that sort of blushed complexion to them.
Hmm.
As he'd sort of toss the spent cloth into the bin, he'd sort of round the bar, place both of his palms to it, and smooth them off to the side, sort of holding himself up. Have you just been drinking this whole time?
Hmm. Ah. Yes.
Oh. Well, I mean... All right.
She like blinks independently.
Oh my. How,
Do not worry, I will pay back. I have coin now.
Oh, no, it's all right.
No, I insist. I insist.
He'd sort of take a step back, place a palm to the door, and push it open, looking into the kitchen, and seeing one of the barrels sort of turned to the side, and realizing that that's the one that she drained. And he goes, all right. Closes the door, looking back. I mean, I've seen you drink like this before. Did you eat anything this time?
Mm, no.
No. Right. So, unless you plan on waking up with your head spinning every which way, it's probably best you get something in your belly. See, I know you just said no, but I'm gonna go get a loaf of bread anyway and some honey jam.
It's really fine. You've all been dealing with so much today.
Well, the bread's also for me, so you'll be sharing.
Mm.
He'd push it open. He'd push his way back into the kitchen. And after a short while, would eventually come back. This fresh loaf of bread, and the what looks like a almost like comically small sort of jar in his hands as he sets it down. Compared to yours, it's a rather large jar. And he would begin sort of cutting up these sort of thicker slices of bread. And then he would sort of smear that jam on both sides, and or sorry, on one side, and then push it over to you. Right, eat up.
Thank you. She like pulls off a little piece.
Of course. He'd look around for a moment. You got two fellows outside. Where are the rest of your folk?
I don't know. Yeah, made food, disappeared. Enemy disappeared. I don't know where Kellen is, and Shield is gone as well.
I would ask you to go for a walk, but I can imagine right now you probably got 3 left legs.
No.
Hmm. How many fingers am I holding up?
10.
I wasn't holding up any.
Mm-hmm.
He takes a bite of bread. I don't mind just sitting. It's been a long day of lifting rock and wood. So, if you don't mind just sitting with an old man.
This is your home. The least I could do is sit with you.
He purses lips together for a moment. You can see him work his jaw. I'm sorry.
Thorn. There's nothing for you to be sorry for.
No worries. I when I saw all of you there at the chapel, I mean I knew. It was written as clear as day on your face when I asked, and I knew. I'm sorry.
Sorry for what? If anything, we are sorry that we were not here. I am sorry I was not here to help protect.
Silver,
Hmm?
I'm talking about Alaric.
That is fine. We're going to. We got the diamonds. We will get him back perfectly fine. It will be fine.
You see his brows knit together. There's that very subtle look of sorrow that takes his expression.
She just sips, takes another good bite of the bread. She seems to believe exactly what she is saying. Whether it be from her own dark denial or whatever else, but she seems convinced it will be possible. If you're wondering, we still have his body. He's with a friend. Ulwin. You remember the unicorn? He's keeping him safe.
You spoke about him before.
Yeah. It'll be fine. We just have to wait until we can figure out where his soul is. She speaks with this, like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, drunk tone.
Sometimes, Sil, folks are just gone.
No, not Alvik. He's as stubborn in death, I'm sure, as he was in life. he would still be around out there.
All right. All right. Well, if you well, if anything happens, let me know. Yeah.
Of course. We will be leaving, I'm sure, for the for the druid dryads that he knew north of here. They they will probably help us. They have to, you know. I don't really understand fey debts or whatever. But they are only binding, as far as I know. So it will be fine. Soon you will see him here laughing and making off-timing jokes in no time. I assure you. I assure you.
As his lips purse together, you can see his mouth almost disappear into the beard, but still sort of shaping itself to the contour of it. It's very obvious the frown that he wears. But he'd give a very small nod. If you're gonna be up for a while, I wouldn't mind some company while I read. Had a drag or two from my pipe.
There's like a pause as she's been chewing like this piece of bread while talking, where she just goes, It would be best if I stayed awake a while, I think.
All right. He'd push himself away from the counter, sort of leaving the bread there for a moment as he'd walk off, eventually making his way over to the side of the singing tier where you had seen the couch. A number of the cats sort of scurrying up in anticipation as he'd light the fireplace.
They want to drag too.
It roars to life, and he'd sort of gesture and pat the side of the couch as he'd move to sit down onto it.
She would retrieve the rest of the bread and her drink and go to join him and listen to him probably for as long as he needed. And arguably as long as she needed. Until she'd more than likely fell asleep listening to him read.
Would she have partaken of the pipe?
Sure.
Okay.
She's in an impressionable mood tonight.
I'm an impressionable young woman who can be easily influenced. Let's do it.
I think she's smoked the tobacco before. I think this would be her second time smoking tobacco.
I know. I only know Yuria tried and failed horribly.
There was a Uria. Has Silro ever smoked?
No.
Oh,
Yeah, I
God.
think it
Roll
was-
me a con save at disadvantage, please.
Oh god. Ready for that?
Yeah, it's
Oh no!
he's like, all right, so you don't want to inhale too harshly. You might actually pull some of the tobacco. As he's saying that, you inhale, and it hits the back of your head like a fucking sledgehammer. He sort of seeing you, his hands go up for a moment in this look of surprise. Ooh, 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 ooh. Reaching out, he'd pluck the pipe from your hands, and the other large, half giant mitt sort of smacking at your back to help you cough up.
Mm.
Ooh, ooh, it's all right. It's all right.
I'm fine.
You immediately feel this lightheadedness.
Mm.
Ooh.
Ooh, ooh. Okay. So, never doing that again. Your eyes sort of spin within their own socket. And after several very long moments, that sensation would begin to fade, and you would begin to return to your drunken stupor. Um, but for that moment, uh, you learned that elves partaking of half giant pipes will result in headaches.
Very good.
The more you know.
Rainbow hands.
But he would be down there for actually, yeah, until you fell asleep.
It wouldn't have been like a pretty affair either, like a princess laden over a fainting couch or anything. She's like got the mug on the like arm of the chair or the couch. And she's just like her cheeks all squished up on it, on like the rim of it, and her other arm is just dangling down between like her knees, and she's just like drooling into the rest of the cup.
He sort of pauses for a moment, claps the book closed to very sort of quiet motion as he, satisfied having reached a handful of chapters in this book, he'd pull the pipe from his mouth, look over, sort of with a smile, and just see you splayed the fuck out on the couch, and he goes, oh my, right, all right, lads, help me out. And he'd set the book down, and as he does, one of the large sort of mancoons comes up, scoops up the book. He'd hold out his pipe. One of the mancoons grabs it.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Whoa. You didn't tell me the bad coons were staff. What the fuck?
And he'd
That's so sick.
sort of shuffling to one side would rather effortlessly sort of scoop you up. Despite your drunken state, he would sort of keeping you within both of his hands, sort of hold you close and begin making his way upstairs.
I think she'd probably uh be very dead weight for a carrying passenger. uh Arms out unless tucked in, and she'd just be murmuring you know, mm, nice up this please, just a little longer.
There's only a soft chuckle that comes from Gerald as he'd make his way up. As he's rounding the corner, there's sort of emerging from her room and was beginning to make her way downstairs is Guinevere. As the two look at each other and then look down to the drunken Siluril, there's a soft chuckle shared between them.
Where would Yuri be then?
Where would Yuri be? Well into the hours.
Whoa. Well, at some point, I feel like she would have gone downstairs, as that's probably the. You know what? I don't want to backtrack the scene, so she probably would have just gone to bed after that. They just got off the road. Actually, bathe and then bed. That probably would make more sense.
Okay. Sort of heavy footfalls announcing his presence. Guinevere would sidestep and open up the door to Siluril's room. And sort of set Siluril down and would leave Siluril with Guinevere, who would, if nothing else, help her at the bare minimum out of her armor.
I'm sure it would be much a scene like potatoes coming out of a potato bag onto the countertop, just.
Once you are sort of in your common clothes that are beneath your armor, she would have set aside your armor sort of very neatly across the table that's there at the edge of your room. No. Yeah, she'd eventually, sort of without saying anything, just another soft chuckle, sort of close the door behind her after putting out the light, and you will eventually wake up in the morning and find yourself in your room, much like a child who fell asleep on the couch.
Unlike a child, you'll probably feel really good. Absolutely amazing.
We're gonna make a con save in the morning, see if you're hungover.
Yeah. I think Yuri would have spent a good time soaking, washing away the travel, finally out of her breastplate before, assuming she's not interrupted, wandering over to her room. Taking a big old eep.
Okay.
Didn't you say that King was upstairs at some point?
I was about to come to you, Kellen. Yes.
Well, amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He's in one of the shared rooms. So you would, making your way upstairs, you would already find that after Call and everybody had left, there was Mr. Bolton on one side, and then there is King on the other.
Cool.
He's leaning back in that bed. I've been waiting for you, Kellen.
Oh my god.
You would see that in a very similar state to many of the others that are here, bandaged around sort of his entire left arm and sort of across his upper torso. His other hand is occupied with a cigar.
Naturally.
Sort of seeing you enter, he'd give a nod. Sort of eyeing you up and down for a moment. Well, nice to see you're still alive.
You too, though looks like the worse for wear.
Oh, this? I've been through worse.
Wasn't a mauling blade, was it?
Oh, I thought it was. It's just, well, I believe her name's, Guinevere. She said the blade cut deep down to the bone, so doesn't look like it was a Moreland blade, just got a good swing in.
Well, I suppose that's at least one small mercy. I already have to go looking for King's Leaf.
That's probably for that one there.
Yes.
To gesture across to Victor, who you would see is sort of in this sort of restless situation where you can see the sweat.
Fitful sleep.
Yeah.
And anybody else who might have been hit and with or without knowing it. The wisdom can't be faulted for not knowing how to treat mauling wounds, so most of them here still thought that they were fairy tales.
I mean, I don't blame them. Do you seen this place? It's practically in the middle of nowhere.
And yet perfectly situated for such a raid. But I suppose that's good that you and your men were here.
Yeah, I suppose. It almost took Barash's head. And Basara's laid up.
Well, she was injured once before. I'm sure she'll recover fine.
Well, she's taken worse beatings, but sort of feels wrong, right? Like Sarah and I have a connection like this. So when she feels pain, I feel pain.
No, we have a dwarf who may be able to speed up the process for those of you who actually will take magical healing.
He sort of pauses for a moment, looking at you. I'm talking about my guard drake.
I thought he meant what's her nuts who fucking didn't want magical healing last time. But it was still a general statement, so.
No, you're thinking of Lara.
Right. Where is the Drake anyway?
Back at camp with Barash, who also got hurt.
Maybe we should make our way over and see if we can help your wounded in the morning.
Sure. I can see if I can walk.
Well, I mean, you're totally welcome to stay and take your ease. Somehow I think that you would stubbornly insist on leaving anyway.
I don't know. Food's here is pretty good, as is the drink.
That's true. That is true. Might even be tempting to stick around, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I am not giving up on you yet.
Say, did you come across Crow?
We did, on the road. Call, a large orcish fellow, made off with a chest full of diamonds from the church. We came across him and that goat being chased by a whole pack of maulings and some other large monstrosities, and dealt with them. Two got away. Crow insisted on giving chase, so we sent him on their path.
Hmm.
He looked healthy enough, though.
Good. Well,
Didn't really get a chance to stop and talk, as if he's really much of a talker.
I mean, you should know that already. You spent 2 weeks with him.
Yeah, just nothing's changed is all. Which I guess means he's in good shape.
Well, shit.
Everyone else seems to be depressed or despondent, drunk or absent, so
I want to say everybody. I'm in well enough spirits.
well, I mean, in my group.
I don't know. That call feller was speaking some truths while I was in here. Seemed I think he called him an old bore. Lit a fire under his ass, so to speak.
Sounds right. Sadly, I don't really know him that well yet. Encountered the... Well, we were trying to find a way to weaken and deal with terror, as, our previous arrangement and all of that. And we discovered some unsettling things. But chief among them, the terror and the the mouth that we've talked about before, are one and the same. The knowledge also cost us Alaric.
His sort of very, not stoic, but very cocky demeanor that he always has simmers and then settles. And his half smirk that he wears, his expression becomes very placid for a moment. Well, hell, son, my condolences.
Thank you. I don't know how everyone else is processing it. Some are hopeful that we can bring him back somehow. I'm not sure yet. Maybe I'm used to losing people before, but or maybe I'm just not thinking about it yet. Either way.
Everybody sort of grieves in their own way.
There's always things to do, something to be done, tasks to perform, duties to fulfill.
No, I get you. You don't really get much of a chance to grieve on the field. It's usually saved for the quiet moments in your tent. So, I get you.
We used to honor our fallen in other ways. Back at the Enclave, we'd do a roll call, and in the roll call, we would call for the dead, and when they wouldn't answer thrice, then we would have a toast. And sometimes those lists were very long.
He gives a nod. This look of understanding as he takes another pull from the cigar.
What about you? Did you lose any men, or are they just injuries?
No, we lost a few. It came out through the woods, so our little haven, so to speak, was hit first, and some of our boys on watch got the worst of it. But they woke us up. They gave us enough time to get up and get all of our gear. So,
Well, they kept to their duties then, and that's something. Still, sorry for your loss of men as well. Are you going to do anything? Any kind of funeral, or...
we do funerals, yeah. gonna set off some little river burials when we get the time. First things first is I'm gonna make sure that their families get their get all their gear and hefty sum of coin. Take care of them and theirs.
It's only right. Even the fallen and the watch have their families taken care of, so things are more alike than you realize.
Yeah, maybe so.
Are they back in Rosewood, the families, or elsewhere?
Yeah, most of them are back in Rosewood. Good majority of them, at least. Those that didn't come with us. So, whenever we're able, we send money back. Gems. Whatever little trinkets we find. Anything to help the families along. We don't need much while we're out here, so. Clothes. Food. Place to rest our head. That's really all you need. But the families, they need taken care of. So.
Absolutely. Is there anything I can do to help?
Well, Grey Watch, no. No, nothing yet. At least, nothing that comes to mind. You find any of that king's foil, maybe, scurry off a few pieces for us.
You have infected injuries?
No, but if Morling's plan on coming through again, I'd at least like our cleric to have some.
I'm going to try and bring back some full root samples for the wisdom as well, so she can at least keep growing it.
Well, if you'd be so inclined to squirrel in some away for us, I'd be much obliged.
Yeah, luckily for you, it grows like a weed, so I don't see why I couldn't do that.
That's it for me.
So what happened? You got hit first and fell back into town?
They sort of ran through us. Sort of hit the folks that were on the wall and patrolling. Then ran on through the woods towards that chapel. Some stayed behind, sort of keeping us from progressing and just sort of attacking my folk. When we were all said and done and we finally got rid of the stragglers, when we followed them to the chapel, that's where we met some of your other folk. That one-armed fella. And, Lord Gerald. Saw them and they saw us, and I could tell for just a moment they thought we were part of it, till they saw us attacking Morelands all the same. And, that old Tarosi way. Suddenly everybody's best friends. I mean, hell, they were nice enough when I got my arm cut. Practically took it off. They were nice enough to bring me in here and give me a room and food and drink and all that. Weren't treating me like I was some vagrant outside their walls like I am. Treat me like I lived here practically.
Well, you fought with them, for them. In some places in Tyros, that practically makes you family.
Yeah. Just something I'd forgotten is all.
Not bad, is it?
Yeah, it's alright, I guess.
It'll do.
He'd sort of look down at his bandaged arm, unable to really flex the hand or sort of move it much, just leaving it resting in his lap. He'd once again pull from the cigar. This very slow, languid exhale as he's leaned back somewhat.
And Kellen kind of, whoop, guess we lost somebody. Did we lose? Oh. And Kellen will kind of step into the room and shuffle around to sit on the edge of the bed at the foot. Kind of like rub his face for a moment. So what's next for you and the Kingsmen? Once you say goodbye and until you're fallen.
I have no idea. Truthfully, I've sort of been ruminating on it, so to speak. Just been thinking, sort of processing everything that's happened. Us getting attacked by Moorlands was not at all what I expected, so I don't know how the folks are going to feel about that. Me putting them in a place where they can get attacked so readily. I got a favor to ask.
Lifts his head from his hand for a moment and kind of stares at him blankly for a little bit and then just nods firmly.
About our deal, killing the terror and whatnot.
Yeah.
I still want to help you. But, I don't give a shit about no magical item.
So it's personal now.
No. It's rather selfish, actually. I'm wondering, you and your folks here got good rapport with everybody here. I was wondering if, it's all said and done, you wouldn't maybe put in a good word for my men. Maybe being able to come and live here.
You practically already live here. Been on their footsteps, but I can understand wanting an actual house, roof, fireplace, a home. Perhaps even the families from Rosewood, I would imagine.
There are a lot of folk been following me for a very long time. I've been at this for far too long. And sort of realized that nearly getting my arm cut off. So if you'd if you'd be as kind to maybe speak to your folk once this terror business is done with, I'll set us square.
Colin kind of continues to stare for a little bit and then slowly kind of gives that smirk. Well, that took less convincing than I thought. You practically talked yourself into it.
He
Which is good.
This
'Cause I support this.
momentarily incredulous look. You think you just one up me?
A little. Just kind of pinches his fingers together. Just let me have this one.
Bring his hand up. He'd cigar still between fingers, his other fingers being pressed to his eyebrows. Yeah, all right. I don't know. Some of the younger folk, they're itching. Still, they were keen. They might be the ones who come with you, join that Grey Watch you're always praising about. But some of the older folk, well, I know they're tired, and they're just running because I'm running. And the moment I stop, they stop. And I'd rather they be able to stop here, live a comfortable life, than dying in some ditch.
I have been putting some thought to this. There's a lot of time to think when you're traveling all over the southern end of Tyros. What if you established an enclave here? God knows this whole land needs it. Rather than leaving, rather than separating your people, splitting them up, traveling weeks to the north and then back. What if you all set up the enclave here?
He'd bring a hand up. You want to talk to some of the folks that are planning on or interested in your Grey Watch? By all means. Me? I just want a little field. I can grow some tobacco. Enjoy my life. And not worry about waking up with a dagger in my heart.
You know, those two aren't necessarily mutually exclusive, King. You did half the work already. You established a fortification, set out scouts and pickets. Whether I like it or not, you're already halfway there.
He gives this sort of dismissive wave of the hand. I plan on killing this terror and retiring proper.
Well, you'll have to at least pass your crown to somebody else. I doubt your men will just hang it all up. Every last one of them.
Nope, probably
But that
not.
doesn't mean that they can't be based out of here and stay near you under your watch. Or you can keep an eye on them.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
I feel like you're becoming more convinced. This is good.
He'd snort very loudly and eventually take another pull from the cigar. Not exhaling towards you, but instead turning his head to exhale away.
Oh, so polite. Well, I will see if Ashilde can look at your arm in the morning. Maybe get it a bit more put back together. We can see.
I don't know, that Irene lady is pretty nice. I wouldn't mind her stitching me up some more.
Wisdoms don't typically marry, but who knows? Future is always unwritten, isn't it?
Hell, she don't need to marry me.
You're a dog king. As if she, a woman like her, would give you a choice.
Make a proper man.
That's right. A proper home with your men near you.
There's this almost fleeting look, this sort of faint happiness at the idea of all the things that he once had that had been stripped from him getting them back again, the idea of a home. And he'd sort of exhale softly, give a small shake of his head, take another pull from the cigar, and eventually turn and sort of crush it out in a small ashtray. Well, I've been up mostly just thinking, and I guess seeing you sort of put all the ideas together for me. So I think I'm going to finally hit the hay.
You rest well. God, what time is it in the day at this point?
Well, I don't have a clock, but if I had to guess,
I
probably
was asking you,
9 at
DM.
night.
I was asking you, DM, but that's fine.
Well, you have a pocket watch, good sir.
It's true.
It's in the corner. It's right there.
That's true. No, shut up.
Look at it.
Yeah, he doesn't. It's in his heads-up display in the game. It's fine.
Correct.
Yeah, he'll pull out the pocket watch, the gift from Alaric, and snap it open and check the
It's
time and
broken.
close it. Yeah. Yeah! Son of a bitch!
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. 8 a.m.
Hey, time to get up.
Listening to the small hand tick through. It's about 9 in the evening.
Oh, I could leave to go find that Kingsleaf now in the dark and trudge around, but probably best to wait till morning. Besides, if I go off alone, everyone will complain.
Not if you're fast enough.
If only I had Morana's speed. I'll have to think about where there's some fresh water that feeds into the river. It usually grows by water like that.
I mean, hell, we got a small creek that runs through the hill. Could probably go poke around there.
Well, sounds like we are agreed in the morning then.
All right.
Maybe I will forget to ask Ashilde to see to your arm, visit the wisdom, have a checkup on you.
There's a very wry grin. He gives you a sort of snap and point with his hand and a nod as he'd eventually sort of gesture you off the bed so he can lay fully back.
Like, fuck off. Yeah. Kellen stands up and straightens out his leathers and everything and rest well, King. It is good to know you.
Thanks for well, I hope that you came to see me, but thanks for coming to see me.
I did come to see you. And as he's like laying back, he steps over and holds his hand out to him, or like his forearm.
Shifting somewhat, he'd reciprocate, offering that sort of warrior clasp.
Might be a little old to be my brother, but I suppose I could settle for uncle.
Oh, hell, son. You know, how about you just let me roll over and die?
There's time enough for that. You have things to do yet.
He'd sort of grunt as he'd relax the grasp and then sort of roll over so that way his arm isn't fully pressing into the bed and it can sort of lay atop him.
One kind of nods and makes his way out. And yeah, heads out of the room, closing the door. And I'm assuming everyone's kind of in a state of either doing shit or sleeping or being passed out or otherwise occupied, so.
I do believe so. I do believe, aside from Call, but Call's scene will be warped back a fair bit.
Well, if we're time bubbling, I guess he'll just use that up time to do the whole bathroom thing after Yuri is done and go to bed or something like that, unless he's called to something else. But yeah,
Right now, there is a massive white hair in a tub
I
after,
wouldn't
waiting for
say.
victims.
I,
after you're done, he'd like knock on the door, see you there, go, ah, fuck.
Here
I
he
wouldn't
is.
say it'd be warped back a while. I mean, Morana was gone for a bit, right? Like she
Work,
had
but
to walk all the way there and all that.
it's like combat. All this stuff is probably happening all at the same time.
I know, that's what I mean. Like while she was gone, Kellen was having his conversation with King. So it's still somewhat concurrent, I think.
Yeah, semantics.
All right. Kellen eventually getting washed up once the ring girl is out of the bath.
Crawls across the ceiling.
Jesus Christ.
Marana referred to him as earthy once, so he's got to start getting regular bathing, apparently.
Correct. The Fae have marked you as
Stinky.
stinky.
Got him.
I never really thought earthy was a terribly awful smell, but apparently
Stink.
some fucking bullshit. All right. So yeah, he'll do all that after letting Yuria finish up, because walking in there while she's white hair massing in the bathtub is not only creepy but probably inappropriate.
Understood.
My God, what is that bullshit in the tub? Oh God! It's fucking Eldritch blasted out of the bathroom.
Okay. And finally, Cole having summoned for Shane, who looks still a little bleary-eyed, even having walked all the way here. Sort of approaches for a moment, looking around. What's the matter?
I think by now Cole has been left to himself for a while. Sitting there in that chair. Feeling rather forlorn of a sudden. Until he hears Shane's voice, sees the shadow of Morana stepping back into the inn, gives her a kind of passing smile, more polite than anything else, and then turns to Shane. Shane, were you awake?
No.
I'm fine. If I was just resting my eyes.
Sorry for waking you up. We all deserve a bit of rest, and I wish it didn't need to, well, interrupt yours.
It's all right. It's not like it's keeping me up the whole night. There's still a bed to go back to.
Aye. A bed to go back to. I think you should sit. His eyes slide to the chair across from him, separated by that table.
He'd look and give a nod. Sort of shift his way up and then move to sit down.
And after he does, there's this kind of momentous pause. And suddenly there is steel in the gold blend of Cole's eyes as he stares at him. There was something I wanted to ask you. Bear with me as I get down to it.
He'd hesitate for a moment, but give a nod.
You heard about Mr. Bolton yet?
Oh, I didn't really get to speak with anybody much. I went back, tended to the horses and Baron, and then just sort of ate some food and went to bed. Is everyone all right?
As he speaks, as he explains, Cole sort of nods, a very calm and languid motion, listening to him. Alive. They're alive. He's up there in one of the rooms upstairs, on the mend. He got injured. Bad. He's had Dominic with him the whole day, but just as we got here, he sent them off back home to fetch his clan's war banner and get some rest from checking on him. Dominic doesn't know what it is for, the banner, and I'm certain he was right now assuring his mother, his siblings, that their father will be okay. But the banner, it isn't symbolic.
He sort of leans somewhat to the side, watching you more intently.
Cole has, by now, clasped together both of his hands in front of his chest, and he's rubbing into the palm of the other with his thumb. Staring very intently at Shane, so intently, in fact, that it is as though he's looking through him. It is a challenge to be issued by Mr. Bolton, to challenge the beast that commanded the Moorlings here in the Southlands. He wants to take it to a tall overlook so that it can see it. Light some fires. Let them know.
Would something like that even work?
I don't fucking know. I've never seen it done before. But he seems to know. And he looked at me in a way I don't think I could ever back down from anything. Nor could I let him do such a thing himself. He's in a bad way right now, Shane.
Shane gives a very slow nod, but understanding is beginning to cross his features.
Yeah, and Cole will ride that understanding, seizing the moment. I noticed before the way you talked to your knight. Almost as though there is a ship on your shoulders. I've seen that fire in your eyes. A drive to prove yourself. I recognize it. And now I have a need for that fire. It's been there, Shane. It's been there since the Harpies. And it's still there now. And I want to give you the chance.
There's this mixed expression momentarily. One, this look of pride at the idea that there's this strength is being recognized, and then the worry at the idea of it being him to issue the challenge.
Cole, he leans forward now, his face pressing at an emphasizing tilt closer to Shane's, meeting his eyes, meeting them very fiercely. It is a very significant look, and the quiet few seconds that follow as he stares almost seems to form like a fence around them. And he'll dispel the doubts. I need you to be my second, Shane. Old man Bolton is too injured to carry out his challenge. The heroes can be risked, and Dominic is unblooded. It has to be you. It's time for you to prove to her that there is a champion in you. I need you to carry the banner. And together we will issue the challenge. And we will kill this fucking thing, Shane. End its depredations once and for all.
You can see how his jaw tenses. Him sort of gritting his teeth. this prospect, these words evoking these very powerful emotions within him, he'd slowly begin to nod, both at the idea and then to himself, this form of reassurance. All right, I'll do it.
Don't say yes just yet. You're going to have to talk to her first.
That build up, that working himself up, suddenly becomes a little rocky.
Have you seen the look of her when she's enraged? Moments she finds out I ask you to do this, she'll have my balls. You have to tell her. Have to convince her you're ready. Hell of a talk, if you ask me.
You, in that moment of silence that follows after your words end, you begin to hear this sort of rhythmic tapping and realize that it's his heel bouncing against the wood. He takes several long moments before giving a nod. All right. I'll convince her, and we'll go cut down that beast for the people of Elion.
For whom? No.
For home.
Good luck.
Once again, daunting realization washes over him. But he'd nod. Hola. I'm still exhausted. I feel the way my legs drag when I walk. So I'm gonna go rest and talk to her in the morning. Hopefully before
Aye.
Dominic and the others show up.
By all means, get some sleep. Felling that fucking thing will be a lot easier than pricing a yes out of her.
All right. I'll thank you.
You're thanking me?
Yeah. I just after the fight with that that mouth, I just
Call will hold up a palm, and he'll stare at his eyes, and convey with this stare a sort of understated and unspoken sense of understanding, and a level of commiseration, and just give a very faint and singular nod. Then he'll close his hand again, lowering it down to his lap.
he understands immediately. Sort of pausing and then giving a nod. And he'd sort of hesitate for a moment and then push himself up to stand. I hope you rest well when you do.
You as well.
All right. And he'd turn, begin shuffling his way through the dark streets of Eliond, back to the Slayer's home, back to what has effectively become his home. to rest.
Cole will watch him go. He'll watch him as far as his eyes can watch in the dark, which is not far at all. And after that, he'll step inside. Probably go to sleep, damn.
Okay.
The Rock comes and picks up Shane.
Here comes the rock. Doo 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 doo.
I'm ready. He turns around, walks off.
Squirrel!
Oh, I guess he wasn't ready.
Okay.
Shit.
Is there anything else you guys would like to do tonight?
Yeah, I want to stab King in his sleep.
Okay.
Very good.
As you enter his room,
Mhm.
it is very dark. You can hear the snoring of two figures,
Mhm.
Mr. Bolton and King.
Mhm.
All right, go
Very
ahead and
good.
make your attack roll at advantage.
Very good. Very good. Thank you, DM. Just kidding. It was in my dreams. I wake up. Hi, Dad.
You're standing over King's bed.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, I shot a dream. Whoops. That was gonna
gotcha.
be... Oh, this is
Who knows?
embarrassing. Yeah, that was a funny.
If there's nothing else, party, we'll go ahead with a long rest. Why don't you guys go ahead and hit your long rest buttons?
Hey, DM.
Yeah.
Don't I level up?
What a silly question.
Oh, God.
What a
This button.
silly, funny question.
Who do you think you are?
What?
Yay, I'm down to 2 points of exhaustion.
Yes, you do level up to level 7.
Ugh. Yeah, you were getting all excited about making me roll hit points. I recall. So anyway, we're gonna take the average. No, we're gonna roll. We're gonna.
All right.
Fuck.
D12 plus 5.
Oh my god.
That's chunky.
That's huge.
All right, we're gonna take the fuck out of that.
You don't get a choice. 15 points added to your total, bringing you up to 117 hit points.
He's fucking stuck. He's fucking stacked. Jesus.
Okay.
Perfect. I'll let you go ahead and figure out whatever remaining stuff you need for your level 7 stuff. Okay. As you all wake up, those of you that had a point of exhaustion, you would lose one for your rest.
Ha ha! 5 down, 2 to go.
Okay. Does anybody else lose any exhaustion?
I'm in peak physical form, DM. Look at my ankles. I lift up my skirt to show how horribly messed up they are from all the walking.
My bones!
The athlete's foot crawling up my feet.
Calluses up to the kneecaps.
Yep. This is what peak physical performance looks like.
Okay. As you all wake up and prepare on the 13th of Rain's Wrath, here at about 7 o'clock in the morning, you would hear that there are figures already going about their day. The subtle creaking of wood as some of the other people who had been sleeping here are going about, getting breakfast, going through their daily morning routines. And once you all are ready, your equipment or what little equipment you wish to bring. That's what we're calling for tonight.
That's what I figured.
So early!
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
but I think with you guys, with your plan for what you guys want to do, I feel like it's going to be another very heavy RP session. So I want to give
I don't know what you
more room for that.
Hey guys, remind me, what? Were we supposed to bring Elwin here or to the Dryad's place? It was here, wasn't it?
Yep, we were supposed to bring him whenever we run into Amira.
That's right. That's right. Okay.
No, we're supposed to bring Owen here once we've retrieved Alaric's soul. There's nothing he can do with it without his soul.
Well, thank you guys so much for playing. For however long the players wish to stick around, feel free to ask any questions you have pertaining to the game, the characters, or anything like that, using your channel points to highlight your questions.
Highlight them now.
It's getting down to 42 degrees tonight.
It's getting super cold here as well. Jesus.
It's delightful.
No,
It's
Yeah.
so
not.
Fuck
nice.
yeah.
The Halloween party will not be warm like it was last year.
Thank God.
You people are out of your mind.
Show me the real Midwest.
Meanwhile, the coldest I'm getting at night is 62.
Jesus.
It's not the worst temperature though.
If I'm not snowed in, I'm going to be disappointed.
If you get
there's not-
snowed in.
There's not gonna be snow.
The
Definitely not.
fuck? What the fuck? I need the authentic northerner experience where I have to shovel my driveway every day, and my car eventually is destroyed from the bottom because of all the salt they put on the road.
It's
Then go
degrees
visit them on
out.
Christmas.
Where's my rust bucket I was promised?
Ew.
Indeed.
Quick question. Game Sunday? Nope. Stinky role players making me cry and weep. Yeah, they do a very good job of that.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm pretty stinky. What of it? You here to breathe in the stench, brother, of creativity?
Is that what that was?
Yep.
Shit.
He's earthy.
I don't know
That's
about
right.
you, but this fucking rocket of a nos carried me through the whole session. Yeah, I got my creative juices out of the little can.
Yeah.
You know what they say, store-bought is fine.
You know what? Personally, I think the Red
No
River
one
is
does
kind
that.
of cool looking. You know, it's my color. I like a good like burgundy. You know.
It's not like a sexy red though. It's just
I
like
kind of think it's growing on me. Kind of like the bacteria inside of it.
mm.
Yeah, I know I did a good job.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. You know, I love this skin. I love the Red River skin. Is this like a pre-order like thing?
DLC.
Nice.
Battle pass only.
You ready to rock and roll?
Shut up.
That would be really inopportune. We're just a bit like just random rock on the way to the Dryads, or we roll up onto the matriarch. No one's there. We're like, that's weird. Rock fucking
No.
shows up.
Nah, we've got an axe to grind with that fucking rock.
He only says one thing. You sent me east, asshole. Initiative.
No one understands.
Where's that motherfucker?
Is that giant eagle screeching indignantly at us?
It sees
Yes.
Alaric's body getting carried in by Olwen. Squirrel! Grabs it, flies off.
No. I hate that.
We need an even better resurrection spell now.
Who had the worst cooking, Alaric or
Oh,
Yuria?
no.
And why, when Alaric prepared lobster, it was so raw, it was singing Kiss the Girl. on Marana and Dominic's date.
Oh God!
Jesus Christ, that's.
my
I'd say that's
God.
pointed, but it's more like just a
Wow.
dagger thrust, really.
That is targeted.
Well, I don't mean to brag or anything, but this is the first time I've cooked terribly, so you know.
Cooked
Oh wait,
twice.
no, you're right. It was twice in a row. The beginner's luck is falling. Reality sinks in.
In terms of who has the highest probability of failure, it's going to be Alaric because he has a lower wisdom score. But I'd say we've seen equal shares, good and bad from Alaric, where we've only mostly seen good from Yuria right now. But obviously, luck is fading.
Yeah.
Alaric also has cooked a gazillion million times.
Mm.
Yuria has made like 4 dinners.
Oh yeah? And why isn't he better at it?
Well,
Because he died. His
True.
capacity for growth was taken from him.
Touche.
Got me. Good job.
Well,
When the
waited.
autopsy's performed and it wasn't Ciliana that did it, it was his own cooking hindering.
that's fucked
His
up.
arteries are clogged to fucking back.
Jesus,
what the hell
this
is
guy does this guy just eat like fat? Like he skimmed off all the meat, he just ate the fat.
just spoonfuls of lard.
It's just grease.
Dude. He was still digesting those fucking spuds when he got killed.
No.
There's just so much gristle in here. Jesus.
What the hell is this?
This motherfucker's blood is butter. What the hell's going on?
God damn.
Pulls out like fucking like charred gristle. What organ is this part of?
What the hell
the
is
hell?
half elf anatomy anyway?
Fucking. It's when we realized the whole like no healing modifier was just from his cooking. It wasn't the mouse did nothing. She just looked at him like, "My guy, are you good?" And he's like, "I'm good."
All
He's
she
having
did
like a
was
fucking.
squeeze his arteries a little bit.
I control the weakness inside you.
Oh,
Behold.
my cholesterol.
Oh, I curse you with diabetes.
No.
Oh God.
Is Cyril going to kill Call for asking Shane to be his battle buddy?
I mean, no, but he's not going to. If Silril's on the field, he'll more than likely be near Silril. Sorry, Cole.
What? What do you mean?
I think it's the whole going to face down a Morling overlord sort of situation.
He only asked him to hold the banner. What do you mean, battle buddy?
I'm only answering the question.
How is the mental state of Marana? Has she finally found the proper father figure she's dreamed and hoped for?
She's feeling better now that she could just, like, have a cathartic cry. And proper is massive air quotes around that, but it's definitely improvement from what she has. But yeah, no, she genuinely likes Reynold. His stubborn, coarse as sandpaper personality and all.
Reynold's gonna say he's proud of her, and she's gonna be like, "Thanks, Dad."
And then there's the awkward situation of you just called the teacher dad. It's like, ooh, I need to DM, I would like to move, I would like to bonus action dash, and then I would also like to use my action to dash.
Does Yuria still plan on doing some cooking if/when Alaric comes back?
Will Alaric let her do cooking?
This is assuming that he returns from the realm of the dead, right?
Correct.
Hell no.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
My God.
Alright. That's fine.
In fact, he's going to be cross when he finds out that you touch his tools.
Get it owned, idiot.
Just covered in nasty cooties. Ugh.
Oh, yeah? Well, I cooked better than you, I say as I Presti the shitty-ass eggs I made.
Completely ignored, heedless of the comment. Alaric goes deep wash his instruments.
Uh, Momo, what do you think Silur's train of thought was when she got a second hug from Muriel last session? How do you think she's feeling the new morning? Got a headache going?
Getting the hug, she was definitely like, like there was a race of things happening in her head. She was like, "Oh my god, is she okay? She's hugging me. What's happening?
Is
Why?"
this the mouth?
Silly what's happening? And glad of it, I guess. Secretly, she probably didn't get a lot of hugs from her mommy as a kid, so having hugs now would be welcome. And in the morning, she probably hungover.
I don't know if we're going to be going anywhere fast this morning, guys.
Will there be a dungeon and possibly a dragon? Well, there's already a dragon, but there's no dungeon yet.
Yeah, by the way, I have a terrible idea for helping Guinevere out with that problem. I want to run it by you.
Yeah.
At the most, you'll probably get a good chuckle out of it.
Oh, baby.
Next session is gonna be cute because it's gonna be morning time, and Call is gonna have to pitch to the party what's gonna happen. By the way,
Guys, let me 1v1 a Slaughter Lord.
fellas, listen. Don't damn me for my choices just yet. Just listen. Open your ears.
You want to what you wanted? You want to duel it? Did I hear that right? By the way, you want to? You're not gonna. It's not us versus the Slaughter Lord. It's you versus the Slaughter Lord. That's what I'm understanding.
Listen.
That's what I'm.
I got a plan. Have some belief. Arthur.
Well, Call, I just want to ask: do you believe in God?
Because you're gonna meet him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Slaughter rolls up. I was balanced for 6 people.
Whack. Well, I mean, hey, so this is what I want to say. Whenever people are like, "Yeah, he's balanced for however many people," I will point everybody towards Alaric fighting a wyvern with 8 points of exhaustion and getting it to bloodied.
That was pretty brutal.
I don't think I will ever top a moment like that. That shit was crazy, yo. I don't know how he did it, but it made the solo session really fucking cool.
I mean, if anyone could solo a Slaughter Lord, admittedly, in the party, it would be the motherfucker with 3 digits of HP, and who, well, upon rolling up, said, "Hey gamers," and one shot a siren, like the siren right next to him. And that was his first attack ever. Was just immediately killing something. So there's a non-zero chance he could do it.
Don't hype him up.
You got this. In fact, it's basically guaranteed.
Don't hype him up, because now you're like tugging at every instinct in the DM to prove you wrong. And that's just gonna hurt me. It's not gonna hurt you.
Speaking of, poor fucking King, man. That man said everything you shouldn't say as an NPC if you want to remain alive.
Yeah?
My man literally went, "Yeah, man, I just want to retire, settle down, maybe get a girlfriend. That wisdom's looking pretty cheeky. Ha ha. I just want what's good for my bed. You know, once we do this really like hard task, I'm a 3 days from retirement, guys."
Oh, yep. No.
My
yep,
man
I was thinking the exact same thing,
He's
dude.
gone, bro. He's fucking gone.
Dude, even if he gets that garden, that shit's gonna be covered in weeds all the time. That motherfucker's just gonna coast off of his homies and smoke himself into old age.
Jesus Christ.
But at least he got his garden, right?
Bro, he ain't living that long, all right? It's gonna be, he's like, we're gonna fight the terror the first time, right? We're gonna lose. And he's gonna be like, I'll hold him off. You guys get out of here. And then he's gonna look back at the wisdom one last time, and he's gonna chuckle to himself, and he's gonna say, maybe in another life, as he gets fucking sliced in half.
Just fucking atomized.
Yeah,
Cleaved
just
in twain.
immediately, just does not delay the terror at all.
Damn. Hell of a thing.
Yeah, that's the fucking last final words.
As he looks down and he's just dissected.
He's
There's nothing left.
my man put a "I'm gonna die now" as like flag on his head.
Flicks the cigar away.
I picture
Jesus.
the one sword fight in Equilibrium where the guy's like so sure of himself, and then he just gets like half his head cut off.
Oh.
Pork.
Just out here to make sure that Kellen can't have anything.
I'm sorry, man. It's just when he started talking about how he wanted a simpler life.
Just let him retire, man.
When he started talking about how he wanted to hang up the tower, he doomed himself, bro. You just put the doom status on him. It's token from now on, because that guy, he literally said, "I'm 3 days from retirement." Basically, like it's over. It's fucking over for him. A creature is gonna get him.
I don't know. I think he'll be fine.
That's
Kellen
one of
won't
us.
get him killed.
I'm more worried about one of us getting murdered at this point.
Yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da.
By the way, I really appreciate that goalie has no fucking hope for Call, because he's relating to me, who also has no hope for Call.
Very good, very good.
Luna says, Call has 117 hit points now. He
That's
can do
what I'm
anything.
saying. That's what I'm saying, man.
I should just be like, I'm basically a god. Jumps
He
off a mountain.
is.
Oh no.
Dice.
Oh,
I'll just turn into a goldfish. It'll be fine.
yeah, I didn't cap fall damage.
It's like, no, you keep adding those d6s. What?
I'm gonna keep adding up. It's never ending. Is this enough? There's 18. No.
Does Yuria
Infinite
plan
amount.
to inform the people of Elion of the alliance that she's managed to set into motion?
It's my little secret. They'll never know. Of course, I'm gonna let them know. Probably tomorrow morning. I'll at least mention, hey, expect a quirked up unicorn to roll up and probably call you guys cringe or something. I don't know. Whatever all it was to do. Because, the town needs a little. It needs every W it can get at right now, So yeah, even if Olwen doesn't show up tomorrow, we're at least gonna tell, like, Guinevere and Geralt, hey, I got a little thing for you. Surprise!
Set into
Gotcha.
motion a deal.
I've
That's
got
right.
a proposition.
Olwen rolls up. Kingsman immediately fires an arrow into his side of his head.
There you are, you fucking
We
horse.
finally got him!
Oh no.
Jesus Christ, it's been months. All right, boys, we can finally go home.
Thunk, 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 thunk. Ooh,
Holy
wait.
shit, boys. This is real ivory.
Shit, I was tired of waiting.
Don't make me kill King.
Anyway, time for my retirement. Hey, what's that elf doing?
Oh, she's coming
What's
rapidly.
that elf doing? Approaching me at mock fuck.
Oh, she got-
Hi, I have wings. I'm going to be flying at you now with a sword.
It seems very familiar, actually, from the last time we did this.
Yeah, you just,
I attack.
well, 14 misses, I'm afraid.
I attack again.
19 hits.
I use all of my dragon stuff. I action surge.
All of my dragon stuff.
All right.
I action surge.
DM, I dragon.
I roll again. I swing again. I hit again.
You You gotta love fighters, man. That's gonna be me come Sunday. I'm gonna be like, DM, I hit. Okay, I'm done. And then I steeple my fingers. Like that funny cat meme.
Ooh-wee.
I moved, I hit.
Especially early in that.
Oh, yeah. Level
There's
1.
that fucking meme where the cat just has like fingers like interlaced in front of it.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Where the fuck is it?
Hey, Grun. Yes, you have arrived at the end of stream. In fact, we'll be wrapping it up here in about 7 minutes.
Vignette.
I don't think I missed.
Minutos. 7 minutes.
I don't think I missed
7
that.
minutes is all I can spare.
When are you giving your barbarians a bonus action RKO move?
Never.
Well, why the hell not?
Yeah, what the hell?
Start throwing hands like you're a wrestler, and then I'll give it to you.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Bad. Be a monk, but better.
7 minutes, Chris. 7 minutes is all I can spare.
I like how that's summoned Razi. It's just like the call.
DM, I RKO the mouth of the Iron Duke.
Nice.
When are we
I
getting
put the bear in a chokehold.
When are we getting the continent where magic is hated and seen as evil?
I said I should
You
more a
know-
little bit.
I've been playing some games lately, and I've been looking at the Empire.
Oh, God. It goes from magic's like highly
Controlled.
controlled, yes,
Yeah.
to no, we burnt all that. Oh, wait,
New
I
no.
imagine-
continent drop? Yeah, maybe when the world changes. Lamau.
I imagine the Empire does not fuck around with apostasy when it comes to magic.
What kind of pasta is that?
Oh,
What
my
kind of
fucking
pasta's that?
God. Oh my fucking god!
Oh.
Go to bed now.
All right.
That one's from Shademore. That one's
Go to
from Shademore.
bed.
Wow.
As she pulls down her hat and chews on the little sliver of grass in her mouth.
Yo, what's it? What kind of pasta is that?
I had never heard of that shit before. That sounds Italian.
It's
that?
Italian.
Wait, what the hell's Italian? Where's that from?
I think I've seen it in a movie once.
You know, what the hell's a movie?
What?
Anyway, we got guns here.
I do believe we are missing the second date of Marana and Dominic. So once he returns in the banner, are we going to see the date? My man. Goal. Everybody just lost a friend, and they're in the process of grieving. Dominic's dad got hurt. I don't.
Real bad.
I don't think.
This is the perfect time to bone. What do you mean?
I don't think there's going to be a date for a
Come
hot
on.
minute.
We can sad fuck.
Oh no, you don't want that.
You wanna do a little cry and come?
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god!
Uh,
All I've ever done.
The
Cut
bust
his
and
mic,
ball.
DM.
It only
That is
took,
my-
what, like
Get him
2
out of
minutes?
here!
His-
Security!
That's right. The bust and ball.
Jesus.
Fucking Christ.
Are you a
Yeah.
licensed mage? No. Jumps to burning mage alive.
Oh, guys, I say, my audacious just became extremely radical. I go back to Caresso.
I want
It's a
knights
little different
penitence.
here.
I mean,
It's a little different here.
I
the-
want knights penitent.
With the Wizard King loose in the east, what if he's using mages as a way to get at the Empire and thus it forces them to crack down on wizardry even more?
Boom!
If anything
Uh-oh.
from last campaign we played is still canon, there are technically 2 mage kings up and running around right now that I know of.
Fucking Sebastian's like, hey, can you drop me off at Tiros? There's no reason. Yeah.
No, man. This is your home.
No, it's yeah. It just doesn't. The Legions just seem way more hardcore than I remember. I don't know,
What do you
something
mean?
about
He
them.
looks
Look,
over.
yeah, the fucking like Iron Maiden armor.
Here's
Something about
the best part is when the Arcanist catches up to that party, because like Yuri had just dumped the hey, by the way, this godlike sword is out in play. Sebastian's gonna be like, oh, by the way, there's a Wizard King. And then he's gonna get back to Arias and be like, oh, by the way, there's another Wizard King.
Elgin. You think
That's
that's
kinda
the
presumptuous.
extent of Sebastian's problems? We don't know where he is right now. He could be like, hey guys.
What
So-
makes you think they'll let him into Arias to begin with?
True. They're not letting anyone into Arias right now.
Yeah.
They shut the doors.
He's stuck with Nasir doing God knows what the fuck.
And that's how Desir likes it. I can,
Yeah, it's like the Calvin and Hobbes quest of finding Nasir's second twin
Yeah.
conquest. You know, he's
Nice.
just getting that
Nice.
second.
Arcanist like busts open like a tomb. They're in there. Looks over. Oh, hey, Arcanist. Actually meeting you here in the middle of the desert.
They
know
just
what?
pat the spare space next to them. Pat, pat, pat.
You know
For
what?
one more.
I'm just gonna take a picture. I'm gonna send this to your sister. I'll be fine.
Mission
Meanwhile-
accomplished, he says.
Meanwhile, sister. Hey, I got a text. Hold on. Oh my god.
Ding-dong.
Wow, it really does run in the family.
Erisys would be in the corner staring at the wall with her hand covering like her peripheral vision.
Sorry, Arcanist. We're just de-stressing.
Oh, man. Do you?
Yep. What brings you here?
You. But actually, I just need take a picture of that and
He dips.
I'm gonna let
Found
your
your
sister know
brother.
you're okay.
All right.
Yeah, man, get your eggplant. I mean, your bag. Get your bag.
Get your fuck on, son. It only happens once.
It maybe for you.
Fireball.
Oh, by the way,
Oh, heat metal on your dick.
I just imagine everybody sort of pauses. They look to Sebastian, and then just boom.
there's a Wizard King up and running, and he goes, yeah, which one? And she's like, oh.
It's just like the Arcanist rolls back in, just like Rorschach, Mr. Manhattan Rorschach moment.
Do it. Do it.
Oh, Skullthrow.
Fireball. No! Oh, Skull Throne. Thank you very much, brother, for the 10 gifted subs to the community. Incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, man. If you got a gifted sub, be sure to say thank you. And I believe that's it for tonight.
Oh,
Yeah, thank you guys so much for playing. We will pick this up next week on the Friday the 13th.
oh!
Episode 75.
What's the name of it?
First.
Doom.
No.
I was kind of hoping it'd just be the Friday.
Doom.
Oh,
Need more dragons, Momo. Thanks for the 22
Whoa, that
months.
person's so true and real for
Yeah, they got
some-
like every badge going on. It's insane.
You should listen to that person. They sound pretty smart.
What does that say? Need more dragons? I don't know what that is. If you want me to like make maps about that, I can do that. though.
I got grass. Look, grass.
Guys, I learned how to make grass. It's fucking lit.
Guys, I found the grass.
I uploaded it. You guys want to see the map? I mean, it's got grass on it. It's
I don't
super
know.
cool.
It might just go straight to your head.
She was so fucking dope.
Yeah, she pulls it out anyway.
I think I'm getting like a caffeine crash, so I'm just gonna take your word for it,
Hey
DM.
guys, look at this grass.
Hey man, I gotta go to bed. Look at this cougar. He reaches into his briefcase.
You do not
I
own
cannot
any
attack
token.
it in this vision. I cannot.
Look at all that grass. Look at that
Where?
grass I
I'm
made.
loading. I'm loading.
Damn, let me frolic.
loading.
Let me
Where?
frolic
Look at the
real quick.
grass right there.
Where?
Yeah, right there.
Damn, I'm
I'm loading.
adventurous.
I can't.
there.
Where?
What do you mean where? Look at the grass.
Oh, yeah.
I can't see the grass yet. Oh my god, look at that grass. Hold on.
Oh my god, look at that grass.
Let me roll in it. Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Rolling it.
And as you roll in it, much like a
Pokemon.
that pops out, the rune bear shows up.
Damn,
All
look at that
right,
ass.
we
Though.
rage.
Yeah, but he's spreadsheet.
We're going to only unarm attack, DM.
Perfect.
Hey, look. Maybe
Wow.
maybe he'll just scratch at trees.
Miss.
Oh.
What? All right, I use reckless.
Oh my god. Who are these people?
I'm bringing out my collection.
Get
I wish
out of here.
All right, guys. It's my party. It's my own party.
All right. Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to chat?
All right,
Bye,
Bye, chat.
freaks.
Good night. Thank you for watching.
Hi, chat.
Good night, chat.
Point at
Gotcha.
me. Thank you. All right, I'm back. Friends, companions, thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the game. It means a lot. The next time you will see me will probably be this Sunday, ? I don't know if we're going to have a Lost Minds game this weekend. I think Joe's computer is fucking exploding. So yeah. That's it for me tonight. If you are a new follower, if you joined tonight and you don't know who I am, hello, welcome. I'm the Crown DM. I'm a 5th edition Dungeon Master who runs games in his own homebrew setting, the world of Adis. What you just saw was Cometh the Fall, our high fantasy game that takes place in the western realm of Tyros. It is a high fantasy, high magic game where our characters are statted the fuck out, have a ton of magic items, and they're badasses. And they're currently fighting against terrible threats of the abyss. Our Sunday game that we are still making, it won't be running this week. I don't know when it'll be running, but we're still working on it, hopefully soon. Is our Darkest Dungeon inspired game. It's got a bunch of gritty rules that are in it. Stress, camping, EXP, all that fun stuff. So if you're interested in that, feel free to tune in and give it a look. As well, you can join the Discord to hang out with all the cool people that you hung out with tonight, see all the fan art, see all of the amazing community creations that people make, all of that fun stuff. You can also follow the Twitter for notifications of when I go live, subscribe to the YouTube for access to all of the VODs, or when I started cataloging VODs, I should say, including all of the previous episodes. As well, to my lovely patrons, thank you guys so much for your support. With your help, I am allowed to continue to do the thing that I love, which is this. It's Dungeons & Dragons, and all of your support every month allows me to do that with no worry. So to all of my patrons, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. It really does mean a lot. And hopefully with this new quality to maps that I just fucking unlocked today, your October maps are going to be sick as hell. I cannot wait. Yeah, that's it for me tonight, guys. I hope that you guys have a fantastic night. I hope you take care of yourselves. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. If you haven't called them in a while, call them. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. And I will see you guys later. Goodbye, Chad.